All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Let's get ready to go live. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Let's get ready to go live. All right, all right, all right.
Those old Frank Monday productions coming at ya.
Jesus is the Christ. Jesus is the Savior. Jesus is the Almighty God. Jesus is the Almighty God. Jesus is.
You guys like that. That's all right. It's okay to fall down occasionally. I do that sometimes. All right, being back in the ting is pretty fucking nerve-wracking. You know, performing for 4 minutes straight. The only other when I gotta perform for 4 minutes straight is when I gotta make love to my wife.
Onion ring. Yeah, they're all right.
Hey, be watching for the Star Wars blog Rebellion coming out in December. You'll love it. It's follow-up to the award-winning Generations. Oh yeah. There you go, Frank.
Here's my burger.
All right, all right, all right. There it is there. Let's get ready to go live. I can't hear the background music. I'm not sure that it's playing. It's all right. It is what it is. This keeps turning off too. Oh, 20-second timers on them now. Interesting. I just noticed that here on the StreamYard that they have 20-second timers on the banners now. That was not something they had on there before. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and bing, it turns off on its own. Very interesting. I guess you can set that and have a little bit longer of a timer if you like, or turn the timer off maybe. 20-second timers, that's something I hit. Oh, maybe I clicked it. Timer off, 10-second timer. Okay. 20-second timer. Fascinating. It's kind of a cool thing. Alright, guys, welcome back. This is another transmission from Twilight Zone Old Peking here in the Central Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon. Going live once again like Finnegan, so if you've got a yen to expand your kin, then let's get zen. With Frank Monday, FM radio jockey. Whoever you are, wherever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission, welcome back, Wayfarer. Pardon me. Try and make a little cup of coffee. In the meantime, let's do the invocation of Tahuti together. If you know it, say it with me. If not, just follow along. Here it is here.
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O Procul esti profani, qual lasti ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein Ptah floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kepra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me.
So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. Amen. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, master of both the light and the darkness, he who was, is, and always shall be. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere, and a cleansing wind to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name, Adonai. So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. Amen. All right. Welcome back, y'all. Make sure you hit the likes and subscribe. Do all those things that make YouTube's algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. We've got the old buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Get over there and check it out. Put a little something in the tip jar. That'll put the lead in my pencil, the pep in my step, the jelly in my donut. And yeah, it'll help me keep my nose to the grindstone. Working hard for y'all out here in Happy Land. I appreciate you stopping by, whether it be now or in the future, or maybe you're viewing this from some time in the past from with which I become aware of you, beloved Wayfarer, out there in Happy Land. If you hit the link today, you can jump on board and get yourself a free tarot reading. Yeah, we can investigate together what possible advice the tarot might have for you. Let me see if I can post this link, guys. Give me a second. How are we gonna get this done? Let's see here. Say hit the link to get a free tarot reading. Hit the link and join the show. How about that? Does that sound okay? Not sure if I can hear myself on the playback. Let's see if we can. Yeah, I guess that sounds all right. See if I can touch on that and make it pin. Yeah, we got it pinned. Hit the link and join the show. There it is there. Yeah, looking good. Looking good is what it is, right? We've been reading a little bit of I and Thou with Martin Buber. Buber's book, right? Let's get back into it a little bit. I left off on page 124. Had just finished the stanza at the top of the page. And looking at the next one. Let me see here. That one wasn't set to a timer. 10-second timer, 20-second timer. Show the link. All right, we got a 20-second timer on it. Perfect. When we walk our way and encounter a man who comes toward us, walking his way, we know our way and only. We know our way only and not his way. See if I can find a good placement for this book. Something aesthetically pleasing. Of the perfect relational process, we know in the manner of having lived through it, our going forth, our way. The other part merely happens to us. We do not know it. It happens to us in the encounter. But we try to lift more than we can if we speak of it as something beyond the encounter. Our concern, our care, must not be for the other side, but for our own, not for grace, but for will. Grace concerns us insofar as we proceed toward it and await its presence. It is not our object. The you confronts me, but I enter into direct relationship with it. Thus, the relationship is at once being chosen and choosing. Chosen and choosing, passive and active. For an action of the whole being does away with all partial actions, and thus also with all sensations of actions, which depend entirely on the limited nature of actions, and hence it comes to resemble passivity. This is the activity of the human being who has become whole. It has been called non-doing, for nothing particular, nothing partial is at work in a man, and thus nothing of him intrudes into the world. It is the whole human being, closed in its wholeness, at rest in the wholeness, that is active here, as the human being has become an active whole. When one has achieved steadfastness in this state, one is able to venture forth toward the supreme encounter. I think this harkens to the preparatory work done for magical casting, right? The magical mind activation of it. It's different than the ordinary mind, you know. We'll discuss this for a moment. I recall when I worked with Frater Thomas Sund. He was a professional hypnotherapist, as it were, studied for over a decade. I studied alongside him the material and content, but I didn't achieve the higher levels of a practitioner of like hypnotherapy because I didn't really work with other people. I worked with self-hypnosis and with him being hypnotized by him. And sometimes I helped to act as his hypnotist. Yeah, hypnotist. And so I did get some practice in hypnotizing others, but it wasn't really pursuant in my interest. My interest was primarily in just learning self-hypnosis. Later, I developed that a little more and branched out and worked with a few others in order to act as pathworking guide on some activities. But for the most part, again, the focus has been primarily self-hypnosis. So why do the thing, right? Why break away from the ordinary, mundane mind of the prosaic realm, where that terrible horror of the daily torture of the commonplace is so real for so many? To return to a place within the being where there are higher levels of relaxation available to the individual, to assuage the autonomous nervous system, to settle the energies within the being from Ato, Malkut, Vegubra, Vegudla, Leolam, Amen. Hail unto thee who art Ra in thy rising, even unto thee who art Ra in thy strength, who travellest over the heavens at the uprising of the sun. Tahuti, god of magic, standeth in his splendor at the prow, and Rahor abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of twilight. Remember, O neophyte, goodness alone is power, silence is strength. Will regaineth omnipotence, and love lieth at the foundation. And love is the law, love under will. So I think that's the ultimate upshot of the whole thing in general. See if we can't get this in it's kind of a weird positioning. It is what it is, right? If I haven't set it up correctly at this point, good chance I'm never going to, all right? And not something that I truly am worried about. Here with the occasional 0 to 1 viewer, right? It's good magic nonetheless. So yeah, so why do that thing, right? Give me a second, guys. Why do that thing? Why get involved at all, right? Why do the magic? Yeah, I don't know. It's a question you got to ask yourself, right? Yes, indeed. Let's get back in it a little bit. A little more via now. Or again, we're on page 124, everyone. No, we're on page 125 now. To this end, one does not have to strip away the world of the senses as a world of appearance. There's no world of appearance. There's only the world, which, to be sure, appears twofold to us in accordance with our own twofold nature. Only the spell of separation needs to be broken. Yeah, there it is there, right? Getting into that magical mind. It's breaking the spell of trance. And so trance states are what I learned from doing a lot of hypnosis is that we tend to go throughout the day, our daily life in the world, in trance states, various kinds of trance states. You can think of this in terms of one illustration that works is if you've ever driven a car somewhere, or even, I don't know, maybe taken public transportation or something, and you don't recall exactly like how you got there per se. You remember getting in the car and driving, but that time just kind of disappears once you arrive. And that often is a trance state, an autonomous, an automatic set of actions, right, that you take, especially if it's a road well traveled and nothing out of the ordinary per se happens. You'll just transit from one location to another and even maybe experience some time dilation. So many such states exist within individuals in the ordinary, everyday life of their reality, right? They jump up in the morning, they do a certain set of actions, and then they go about their day, and there are many trance states that they fall into where everything just kind of blends into repeated habituated activity rather than mindfulness, because for the most part you don't need to bring your full being to bear on the ordinary everyday affairs. However, being a magician is breaking through the trance states, because it's the trance states of habituated pattern activity that create the bondage around the individual. Things like the zodiac and fate and karma. These are chains to the prime material plane that are sought to be broken away from by the magical practitioner. Eliphas Levi reminds us that the great work is, before all things, completion of man by himself. That is, the complete creation. The great work is, before all things, creation of man by himself, the complete and total conquest of his faculties and his future. And it is especially the total perfected emancipation of his will. And the individual will cannot be emancipated entirely unless the chains of ordinary everyday things are broken away from, i.e., the trance states. So the very simple, straightforward method that I've come up with is volantia, decreeism, and possible. Well, it's not something I've come up with, but I've synthesized it into my own practicing working system to focus on the three Dantian. The volantic one, right? The infernal Dantian, down at the bottom, 2.5 to 3 finger widths below the navel and 2.5 finger widths in from the navel. This alchemical elixir field of psychosexual energy that seems to be our physical root in the world, right? It's how we're brought about, is the interaction of a yin and a yang force in that capacity to bring about life. And then it's how we bring others into the world as well. Quite a thing, right? And so this is the root of the magical intent. Then you decree it out from the center Dantian at Tifereth, right? The center terrestrial, the one that connects with your fellow humanity. But first waking up that lower one, right? Pound on the tummy a little bit. Deep diaphragmatic. I'll illustrate here on camera. Yeah. Pounding on the lower Dantian a little bit this way. Folks often see me, they see the shoulder bouncing and they're wondering what's going on. It's always some sort of trunk pounding, all day, every day. Put a little pressure in that lower Dantian. Right? Pound away 50 pounds, pound up around the torso, circle on the chest, pound the center Dantian, all right? Pound up around the thymus gland. Yeah, good stuff. Get out that immortal elixir. So the decreic one, the center Dantian, is where that energy radiates out in an octahedron pattern and creates the light of the spirit lamp, yeah, that the individual human being generates from their own cosmic core. And that spirit lamp illuminates the fathomless cavern before you. Then you can triangulate down from the abracadabra, right? You invoke, put the thing out there, the words appearing in flaming script before you. Then it's just the receptive state of allowing those things to appear. So you have to invoke them within the spirit lamp and then allow them to appear before you and then work with them, right? Do those things which you have to for your own magical work, whatever that may be. Some folks might be wondering where to begin. I think it's essential to balance the two aspects of the mind and the being, the left-right brain as engineer analyst on one side and garden or artiste on the other, that mechanistic propensity versus the organic propensity. I need to work a little more on my mechanistic side, on the pillar of severity, on getting in tune with Hod a little more now that the spring has begun and it's time to start crafting again after the great winter hibernation. So I took some of those actions. Yesterday was the second solar term in the new year, called the Awakening of Insects. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick here on the internet. Give me a second, guys. If you would, bear with me. Let me see. What's a good search engine? The 24 solar terms of the Chinese calendar. Lesser cold. The beginning of spring is the first one. And the second one is Jingzhuo, the awakening of insects. We'll see if it gives us a little more information. Not a lot, but that's okay. The internet is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and check the chitter chatter box. Make sure y'all are keeping it squeaky clean in the chatter box today. We are at 30 minutes into the show. So I would at this time like to remind you, Wayfarer, to like and subscribe. Hit the old button. Do it now. Do all those things that make YouTube's algobots bark like Pavlov's dog. Keep them barking for the machine. I remind you, I am your Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Dagon, Frater Francis Lunas Aristeus of the OTA. buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday to show support for the show, guys. Get over there, put a little something in the tip jar. That will keep the lead in the pencil and the pep in the step. We've got hit the link and get a free tarot reading today. I've got my tarot deck standing by. If anybody wants to jump on here and join the show, just go ahead and do that. I will cam up and be more than happy to consult the tarot on your behalf. Okay, with no further ado, let me double check all the things here before I hit the button. Oh, I forgot to put the descriptor and the title are in the description box. That's okay. I'll get back in there and do it later if I forgot. Share screen. Make sure I'm clicked there. Entire screen. It's the only way I've been able to find to share on here. I guess you got to get the full suite of packages, right? I'd like to know, put it down in the comments. Do you use StreamYard? And if so, like, how much do you pay for it each month? What is the typical basic package for using StreamYard these days? Because as far as I know, it ain't cheap, right? And one day I would like to have the full suite of package, the full suite of tools in order to be able to interact with you guys here in old happy land a little better. Bring it to the stage. Is that working? Yeah, there it is there. All right. Yeah, so we just passed the second solar term of the new year in the Chinese lunar solar calendar. And this is a horse year, right? So I'm sure there's going to be plenty of horse shit in the horse year. And more than one horse's ass, I'm sure, will show themselves. March 5th was the awakening of insects. Oh, it's the third. Wow, we're already into the third term. I thought it was the second. It's the third of the 24 solar terms. So we're already 3 over 24 through the year, right? And each one is 2 weeks long. So this is when spring thunder is said to rouse hibernating life. It arrives this year on March 5th. As temperatures rise and rains increase, the soil warms and growth accelerates. A clear turning point when winter begins to fade and the renewal of spring begins. You can't miss the awakening of insects. The traditional Chinese calendar divides the year into, we'll click on this, ChinaDaily.com, the awakening of insects. Yeah, here's a lovely signals a rise in temperature and start of agricultural activities. Pears are recommended to moisten the lungs and stop coughing caused by dryness. Tianqi zuonuan, right? Sheng Quan Lei Jing Bai Chong. So the sound of spring thunder wakens the hundreds of insects, hundreds of kinds of insects, you know. Yang Qi Sheng, the Yang Qi, obviously the yang energy is rising. Jing Zhe, Zhi, Yang Qi Sheng, Yi Sheng Quan Lei, Jing Bai Chong, Tian Qi Za Nuan, Qi Hou Gan. Oh, dryness comes after the weather becomes moistened. Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, so it translates basically exactly what's here. Yeah, that's good magic. Awakening of insects again. As the third solar term in the solar year, its name alludes to the fact that animals sleeping in winter are awakened by the spring thunder and that the earth begins to come back to life. It is a key time for spring agricultural activities. Here are 6 things you might not know about the awakening of insects. Do we have to click to the next page? Good God, can you guys just not keep it on a single article and just allow it? Okay. 6 insights you can't miss about the awakening of insects. Where are they? Anyway, spring thunder cracks the sky. The spring thunder is most noticeable during the awakening of insects' solar term. An old Chinese saying goes, if the first spring thunder crashes before the awakening of insects' solar term, there will be abnormal weather that year. We had really good auspicious weather signs this year in China. So we had a snow right during the spring festival, which is called 瑞雪叫什么丰年, so that a spring snow is indicative of a bumper harvest. So we didn't have any abnormal weather signs or omens, which is good. It's shaping up to be a very good year. And horse is a powerful animal, especially used for agriculture, and messages will move faster. So there will be a lot of mercurial influence. The awakening of insects falls after the end of winter and before the beginning of spring. Wind during this period is an important factor in weather forecasting. Yeah, there hasn't been any powerful winds. That's good. Modern meteorological science shows that around the awakening of insects, the earth becomes humid and the hot air near the surface rises. Meanwhile, the hot, humid air from the north is strong and creates frequent winds. For this reason, thunder occurs in this period. China covers a large range of latitudes from north to south, so the first spring thunder appears at different times in different areas. Spring plowing. The awakening of insects is an extremely important time for farmers and is widely seen as the beginning of the busiest time for agricultural work. During this period, most of China experiences the quickest rise in temperatures, with the average level reaching above 10 degrees Celsius, and there is a marked increase in sunshine, which provides good natural conditions for farming. An old Chinese saying say that once the awakening of insects comes, spring plowing never rests, revealing the importance of this term to farmers. Ooh, look at those tigers. That's really nice, huh? According to the ancient Chinese folklore, a white tiger is the creature that brings quarrels and disputes. It always begins hunting during the awakening of insects and sometimes bites people. It is said that those bitten by the white tiger will encounter evil villains in their life that bring obstructions and bad luck. Therefore, people offer sacrifices to the white tiger during the awakening of insects to protect themselves. Very interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I know of the white tiger. It's one of the 4 mythological animals of the directions. The east or spring is represented by a green dragon, and the morning time, right? The south and summer and noon time during the day is represented by like a phoenix, a fiery phoenix called the red bird, and it rises into the sky, right? The sun at noon. And then the white tiger is the western sunset, like right around the time of, not twilight, what is that called? The time right after the sun sets, the gloaming, right? Like, I guess that is twilight, right? The first stage of night. So it's kind of that threshold. You've got the rising sun on the left, and then the setting sun on the right, with the sun right above head in front of you. So the Chinese, according to magical orientation, like to face south in their magic. And in most, I don't want to say most, in my magical practice, I face southeast typically. That's the location of the triangle of art. So I'll face east and then turn southeast to activate the triangle of art. And then all of it is viewed from within the astral temple. So you can face any direction you like once you get your magic going. Therefore, people offer sacrifice. Okay, when practicing this old custom, people draw the white tiger on paper and then smear pork blood on its mouth. Wow, that's interesting. I can recall invocations or ritual practices during the spring equinox, just prior, obviously, Jingzhou is just prior to the spring equinox, where I've seen Chinese families bring out pork. I haven't seen them use pork blood on talismanic things like this before, though. That's most of those older types of practices would not be done anymore, especially here in the north, maybe in the south. This means the tiger is fed so that it would not bite people, avoiding bad luck and conflict. Maybe I'll need to do that ritual, right? Draw myself up a tiger and offer it some pork. Might be kind of fun. I do have a tiger. I have a tiger on one of my statues of Master Lu. He's standing on a tiger. Maybe that gives me a little more insight into what's going on with Master Lu in that one. He's controlled the tiger of the, right? It represents the primeval, lustful energy that is predatory, and he has control over it because he's standing on top of its head, or he's got one foot on its head. They're actually friends. Beating villains. Villain hitting originated in the Tang Dynasty, and it's a folk ritual popular in Guangdong and Hong Kong. The custom is practiced during the awakening of insects to expel the villain and bring good luck. People often assign a specific witch, usually an elderly woman, to beat the villains. They use paper cut in the shape of humans to represent villains in their lives, and the witch uses shoes or other tools to hit the paper to expel bad luck. In Hong Kong, the Swan Neck Bridge between Causeway Bay and Wan Chai has become a popular place for people to beat villains. That's kind of fun, huh? Yeah, there's lots of different clever traditional cultural practices that would be fun to participate in. I guess I'd have to head down to Hong Kong, though, or Guangzhou, in order to be able to do that. I would think that like an effigy, this would probably be a fun one. Folks that have a lot of TDS in their lives, right? They could get an effigy of Mr. T and take him out on the bridge and beat him like a piñata. Right? Kind of corresponds with the piñata things. It's funny. Beautiful art here, man. I like this old Chinese style of art. A good time for fishing. Around the awakening of insects, hibernating animals wake up, and so do fish. They swim from deep water to shallow water in search of food, mating and bearing young. It's a good time for fishing. Fishing can provide mental and physical relaxation, especially for people living in the city. Driving to the suburbs, fishing in a lake, and bathing in the sunlight, sunbathing, right? Enjoying the singing birds, fragrant flowers, and waving willows make for a perfect weekend in the spring. Yeah, that absolutely sounds accurate to me, man. Maybe I'll head out this weekend and do some of that. What a wonderful thing, huh? What a beloved thing to be able to share time with you today, Wayfarer, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission. I would really be appreciative if you hit the like button. Maybe consider subscribing to the channel. You could even visit me at buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday and put a little something in the tip jar, right? Why not? It's a wonderful thing to be able to share the good fortune with others. And I'm sure it would bring you lots of good luck for the new year of the horse. Eating pears around the awakening of insects is a widely practiced custom in China. As the weather gets warmer and the air becomes dry, people tend to feel their mouths are parched and tongues dry, which can cause colds or coughs. A pear is sweet, juicy, and cold, moistening the lungs to arrest a cough. Therefore, pears are highly recommended during the awakening of insects. My wife's pretty smart about this stuff. She made pear soup the last couple of weeks. And so she takes a bunch of Chinese pears, Asian pears, apple pears, stuff like that, and then brings them to boil in water with a tree fungus. It's a white tree fungus. I forget the name of it because I really don't like it that much. I find it kind of slimy, but I eat it anyway because I know it's good for the lungs. So she makes that pear soup to nourish the lung energy. And she always tells me, since I'm a smoker, that I should definitely partake in drinking the pear soup. Yeah, so there you have it there, guys. I hope you learned a little something from the Awakening of Insects. We'll go back to page 1 to reorient. It is called Jing Zhe. Jing Zhe. Jing Zhe. So Jing Zhe is one of the 24 24 Jieqi, one of the 24 Chinese solar terms, and it says it's the third. Ooh, next up is Chun Fun, which is the spring equinox. So remember that during Jingjue, it indicates that Yang Qi is rising, the spring thunder is awakening the insects, and the weather is becoming warmer. That's when agricultural activities begin. Fish are out looking for insects, and watch out for that white tiger as well. All right, make sure you do your ritual magic to ward off any danger in the new year. Yeah, we're pushing into the first hour pretty solid here today at the old Frank Monday channel. So I think this would be the ideal opportunity to take a short musical break. A little bit of celebration of life, guys, here with the Song of the Goddess. I hope you enjoy.
We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain flowing to the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain flowing to the ocean. Hoof and horn, hoof and horn, all that die shall be reborn. Corn and grain, all that fall shall rise again. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain flowing to the ocean. Sage and crone, wisdom's gift shall be our own. Crone and sage, wisdom is the gift of age. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain flowing to the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain flowing to the ocean.
Yeah, and likewise, never forget, we also come from the Godhead like a spark of flame rising to the heavens. We all come from the Godhead, and to him we shall return like a spark of flame rising to the heavens.
能屈能伸，方为丈夫。回去吧。
Eagles flying high, cats on the prowl, devils in your bed, their whispers so loud, witches on my heels, so they'll steal, running in the dark, truth they conceal, blood on the walls, spattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think. Hounds howl at night, shadows in the light, fear in every breath, eyes wide with fright. Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, spattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think. cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, splattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think.
All right. That was Dweller of the Dark with God Can't Help the Dead. Welcome back, Wayfarer. I hope you are doing well. I am your Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Dagon, Sir Frater Francis Lunas Aristeus of the OTA, wishing you well. About to launch off on the new 100-day challenge, Sorcery of the Ancients. This course will be beginning at the spring equinox and will continue for 100 consecutive days of focused study into the shamanistic practices of Carlos Castaneda, with some accoutrements and complementary insights from other shamanistic traditions. I hope you join me on the upcoming 100-day challenge. You can find out more about the 100-day challenge over at buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday, or you can look it up here on my channel, the Frank Monday channel, and just search for 100-day challenge. There's about 5 or 6 of them that we did in the past. I started the first couple on my own, and then I was joined by Frater Tomas, who helped me with, I believe, 3 of them. Pathways of Magic, Scholar Warrior, and Hypnoapotheosis. That was kind of the culminating 100-day challenge of our interactions together. We got a brand new one coming up this year, 2 per year, one at the spring equinox and one at the autumn equinox. This one is going to be the Sorcery of the Ancients. Make sure you hit the link for a free tarot reading if you'd like to join the show today. And with no further ado, let's see here. Push the wrong button. Everything kind of jumped around a little bit. Let's see here. Why is that doing that? That's not good. Okay, that looks better. All right, I think I got it fixed. I kind of screwed up my view in the StreamYard. It's all right. It is what it is. Let's see here. We're looking good. Yeah. Oh yeah. And there's the link. I have pinned it at the top of the chitter chatter box, so you can just go ahead and click on that anytime. Anytime, Wayfarer. Here at the first hour of the Frank Monday show. I'd like to offer this prayer for the collective, for everybody out there in Happy Land. Our Father who art in heaven, the soul goes on and on, gathering experience after experience within God's universal plan. One experience gives birth to another throughout the eternal cycle of life and death. Existence is continuous, ever-changing but never-ending. As the soul of man passes from one form to another, each life he lives is only a glimpse into eternity, a chance for him to refocus and refine his ideals towards God's will. Each time fear and indecision must be overcome so that the soul can take one more step toward the journey back to its eternal source, and in so doing realize that it is a part of God, an immortal manifestation of God's unlimited love. Never forget, Wayfarer, that God so loved the world he gave his only begotten Son, that you too might have salvation and eternal life. So make sure you get involved. Talk a little bit about keeping a tarot journal or tarot log. It's one thing that magical practitioners often like to do in the early stages of their growth and development. You should set up a tarot log for yourself, right? You could just get a notebook and a pen, set it next to your tarot deck. It's good to keep some dream journaling ideas in there too. You might not want to obfuscate the two, but one magical journal for all your practices is fine, right? A grimoire, as it were, a record book. The tarot log is specifically to record your impressions and details of meditation on the symbols of the major and minor arcana. You should work with the major arcana first. Immediately upon working through those, you can also begin to work through the minor. Right? Each time you meditate on the major arcana, you withdraw a card. Right? You might want to go through the whole process from Fool to the World. You should write down the impressions you get in as much detail as possible. Do the tarot contemplation ritual and then sit in meditative contemplation, pathworking with it, and then pull back anything that comes to you from your subconscious. Meditation can be likened to the hypnagogic or hypnopompic states, like falling into sleep or out of sleep, but it's not sleeping. And it's not something that should be done in an attitude of lackadaisical, just languid meandering in the mind, right? It needs to be focused and clear practice. You could begin with the fire breath and the rising of the yang qi up the microcosmic orbit to bring more light and energy into the astral temple. So this will help you fix the major arcana deeply into the subconscious, into your psychic aura, and they'll be more powerful talismanic tools for you to use in the future. Meditation helps with this a lot. We can quickly forget about important details that we do not train our minds to remember. This is especially true with returning from Dreamland. So you should develop a system of your own. I use the Tree of Life, right, and 10 points of light in order to anchor, or like a memory system. If you've at all studied memory systems, you can peg things to those. So I'll peg one by one and then jump up and then follow that trail of breadcrumbs back into Dreamland to recall that deep dreaming mind. It's one essential practice in getting past the first guardian at the threshold, right? The guardian at the first threshold for dreaming. And we'll study more about this in the upcoming 100-Day Challenge, Sorcery of the Ancients. A tarot log can provide you with a record of your sensitivity and progress, which will help you grow as you study. Take as much time as you need. Try to recall as much detail as possible. And if you need more room, get another journal, right? Once you burn through one, just grab another one. Here are some helpful hints to help you focus your study. There are 9 of them. Number 1, you may find that some major symbols are easier to meditate on than others. Record your impressions of this, right? Which of the 22 major arcana resonates more with you at any given time, right? As you flipping through them and choosing one to meditate on, or maybe you have a specific purpose. You'd like to awaken greater intuition in yourself, so you choose the High Priestess. Or maybe you'd like more of that power of bringing things into being, so you choose the Magician. Or maybe you've awakened to something recently and had an upset, and so you contemplate and meditate on the tower, the blasted tower, right? Or maybe you're looking for more victory and success in your professional life or in any endeavor, any relationship. Which one would you choose then? All right, if you're looking for that victory and maybe pushing a career forward, which one do you think would be a good choice? Do you think it would be number 7, the Chariot, right? Or possibly number 8, Lust for Life? So up to you. Second, certain colors may appear more brilliant than others in any one of the given cards within the 78 cards of the tarot, right? Of the 22 major arcana, which ones are more significant to you, which resonate with you, which speak to you, right? Like the really dark imagery of the blasted tower or the devil, or do you resonate more with like number 14, the angel at Tifereth, temperance, right? Great beauty, and hinting at the HGA ritual. Yeah. Number 3, you may find it easier to go deep within certain symbols, as if walking some distance into the picture. Record this. Try to contemplate maybe what's going on in the talisman prior to when that snapshot was taken, or what will be going on once you've entered into it and interacted with the archetype there, right? If, say, for example, you're interacting with the archetype of the emperor, how do you approach the throne? Do you see yourself in the throne of the emperor in the time of Aries, which we're about to be moving into, right? So the emperor is beginning the cycle for the ordinary zodiacal rotation coming up here pretty quick, right? Right around the time of the spring equinox. Number 4, you may find yourself conversing with the characters in the symbol. You should record the details of the conversation, right? If you've studied using a Solomonic dark mirror and summoning the goetic demons into physical appearance, maybe you know about some of that theatrical, dramatic interaction with daemoniacal forces and how to control those within the mind and within the brass vessel. Number 5, you may hear a voice or voices not connected with any symbol or character, right? You may receive direct telepathic communication from the spirit realm. That does happen. Number 6, upon entering the picture of the card, you may find that the scenery differs from that portrayed in the card. You should record what you see, right? And how you being there, assuming either the archetype through evocation or interacting with those archetypes through invocation, and record what you see. Number 7, you may be aware of other sensations, whether they be auditory, visual, or gustatory or olfactory. You may perceive certain fragrances or even textures. You should record them. Number 8, your sense of touch becomes heightened or may become heightened, depending on your level of relaxation. Describe what you feel and what you touch. That's why I like to wear a nice velvety, gorgeous robe in my own practice, right? I keep a nice with voluminous sleeves, yeah. And then I keep my talismans right against my physical body. And it's beautiful, luxuriant, right? You get yourself some different robes, dark colors you might like. You might like a bright, beautiful, deep red or green, blue, black, orange, yellow, brown. I'm not sure what color you resonate most with on any given day. You might have one for each day of the week, right? Monday, you might have a light blue robe. Tuesday, you might have, what's Tuesday? Lunes, Martes, Martian. You might have a bright red fiery robe. For Wednesday, you might have a mercurial energy. I guess that would be your blue. Yellow. All right. Or no, yellow would be more Tifereth. You might wear that on Sunday. Wednesday, purple, perhaps. Yeah, royal purple robe. For Thursday, green. Friday, Venusian could be green. Venus is more what? Pink? Saturday, definitely black and red, right? Luciferian. Oh, and Shabbat Shalom to all my J-Dogs out there in Happy Land. I'm sorry I missed it. I totally forgot that we're in the Sabbath. And yeah, so praise to the All God. It's good magic. Yeah, and finally, number 9, the last of the insights here for your tarot journal is when you receive insights and knowledge, like either general or relating to a particular subject that you're studying, right? Do a study in each of the cards, then you should record the details of that. Relax your body and mind and focus your attention on the card before you. Allow your mind to drink in every detail of color and shape. You might like to swirl your examination and study of the card out from the center in concentric expanding circles to encompass the whole thing, meditating center and then above and below, dividing it into thirds. Then you might scan through from left to right, a centimeter at a time, memorizing all of the imagery that appears. Of course, I recommend the famous, world famous Pamela Coleman Smith, Arthur Edward White Rider tarot deck from US Games. It has universal imagery that many people are familiar with. Yeah, the World card is one I've been contemplating recently. On the path from Malkuth to Yesod and moving from the ordinary mundane world into the astral temple. You could develop your own prayer for each card, or you might seek out information that has prayers associated with the card. Recite the prayer, absorb every detail of the card until you feel ready to hold the picture in your inner eye. Then you close your eyes, take a few deep breaths to center yourself, bring the card up to your forehead and recreate the picture in your mind in full detail. Bringing it back in through scanning it, having scanned the card. Do your tarot contemplation ritual. Feel the picture in your inner eye. Take on length and depth like a three-dimensional movie. As the view expands and the borders of the picture recede, gently push yourself forward with your solar plexus until you have entered the picture, like going through a doorway. As you enter into this new dimension, become sensitive to life and movement all around you. Feel yourself become enveloped in this new world, which is no longer merely a picture, but an awakening dimension in the astral temple. The figures are no longer still. You are now in the world of the superconscious, and everything and everyone is real. Hey, we've got a visitor in the ideas room here. One Caged Reality. Good to see you, Cage. Yes, I see you camming up there in the back. Let me welcome you to the show properly. Let me see what number I left off on here. We're going through a little tarot contemplation ritual. With no further ado, everyone out in Happy Land, let's say hello to Cage. Cage, how are you, beloved? What's going on? Blessings and salutations.
What's out here, brother? Thank you for having me.
What's happening out there in Happy Land, man? What do you got going on today?
Hey, you want to call it what you want. Hey, same old over here.
Yeah. What's going over on in Canuckian land? Oops.
Mental retardation.
Yeah, I don't doubt that one bit. Looks like it's probably getting close to showtime for old Talcadia to fire up a transmission. I guess that's a couple of hours out yet. What time of day am I catching you?
11:20 a.m.
Okay, yeah, still morning, huh? And that would be East Coast, right? Oh, it's
Eastern
Friday.
Standard Time. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 11:21 now.
Yeah, you're like 12, 13 hours behind me. Eastern Standard Time. So you're even a little
12.
further. Yeah, you're like New York time, right? Same as
Toronto in Canada. Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah, that's
Fourth
right. Good
biggest
magic.
city in North America. Yeah.
Good magic. Welcome back. Welcome
Back to the welcome.
That's right. Mr. Welcome Back.
Welcome back. Back to the welcome with the welcome back. Let's turn it red,
Yes.
Frank. Let's turn it red.
Yeah. What have you got on your mind today? What's been going on? What are you getting into and talking about with everybody out there in the interwebs?
Not really. I really haven't been on too much. I've been
No, I haven't seen you in a
doing
while.
my
That's true.
doing my thing. You know, like new batch of clones, like nice roots.
Oh wow, yeah. Show
Same
me
old kind
that.
of stuff. Yeah. So
That's
that.
good magic right there. I like that a lot.
Oh yeah, bud.
Providing the people with the medicine, the medicinal herbs.
Yeah, fuck Big Pharma. Go kill me, you Big Pharma. I'm my worst enemy.
The old magic medicines.
Man, Chinese traditional medicine. I'm sure you've looked into that.
Oh yeah, I actually did 2 years at Pacific College in Southern California and studied massage therapy, bone setting, and the foundations of. I was going to be an acupuncturist, but I gave up the idea.
I've hurt myself, Frank.
Yeah, really? What happened? Do tell.
Oh, I was showing. I was showing off. You know, Hapkido, the Korean thing.
Right. Yeah, you shared it with me in the past.
Yeah, so I kicked my own hand above my head, and it kind of like fucked up my wrist. I got to be careful with the power.
Yeah, were you on a little of the spirit wine?
No, none of that. I just got a little into it.
Oh, okay. I know sometimes if I start doing a little drunken kung fu, then I might end up
drunken
hurting
kung
myself.
You want to see it? The axe kick. I'll show you one kick that I'm really good at. If you want.
Oh yeah, it's up to you. Whatever you like.
You want to see the axe kick?
I'm just chilling. Yeah. You can do your thing.
All right. So look, axe kick.
Be careful. Don't kick the camera. Yeah.
Oh, it's very far from the camera. I love the axe kick. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a good one. What is that sweater you're wearing? Is that a university sweater?
No, it just says champion on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
champion.
That's a baseball brand, right?
I have no idea. My mom gave it to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they do baseball jerseys and stuff. Gear.
I want to go buy it myself. My mom gave it to me for. Oh, she just gave it to me.
Okay. Yeah, I was a baller. That's the sport I played when I was a kid. Was baseball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was on a team. I was in Little League. I made it into Pop Warner. Pop Warner's like high school ball.
I've been getting into like graphing stuff. Let me show you. I did this just if I was bored. But I used to be all into like geometry and shit. So like, you see that?
Okay, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I've never really got big into geometry. I probably should though. It's I think it helps studying those symbols and meditating upon them can really help.
Yeah, and I kind of like it if you switch it like that. It kind of looks like an eye.
Yeah, it can open the mind to new dimensions.
So yeah, I was like tripping out doing it. It's not perfect, but like for not doing it for many years, I think it's all right.
That's what the wizard Whately did in Dreams from the Witch House. He used that type of geometry in order to like realm hop, right? He opened portals using geometry.
And this lady that's been staying with me for a while, or that's been staying around, she left all these little fucking things around the place, and I found them. So here, I'll set them up and I'll show you. It's weird, and they actually kind of like go directly into it. I'll show you the fucking. Let me set them up on the four corners.
Before you do, I've got a comment here. It says Healing Law says in the Ideas Room, Frank, would you like to come on the Healing Law podcast next?
That guy's been going. He's been doing his rounds. Everybody's been going on there.
Okay, I don't know anything
Paul.
about it.
Paul has a new thing that I don't know. He's been showing up in my algorithm. Paul went on there. A bunch of other people.
I'll have to check it out. Can Healing Law maybe? Well, I just search at Healing Law, I guess, here on YouTube, right?
Yeah, look. So yeah, if you set him, I don't know what the hell is with this woman, but yeah, if you put them on the four quadrants, they're not really quadrants, but like the four different. And then you got this in the
you know
middle.
what's up?
What is going on?
Yeah, that's fun. I didn't know if other people did that or not. With their magical work, but yeah, I do the same thing. Check it out. I'll show you real quick.
I'm sure you do, you fucking guy. There you go.
Here's a Solomon circle I created, and then
oh, there you go with the Hebrew incantations, Adonai, Elohim, etc. Oh, and then you got the
then I use it in tandem with different pentacles.
Okay.
So this pentacle was
hand drawn
hand drawn. It was created for a specific purpose.
Oh wow, very nice.
Yeah, so we're kind of up to the same magical work, you and I.
In a way, I guess.
I used the tarot in combination with it, and then.
But yeah, I didn't like go and follow a structure. I just did it. Like what was it?
Yeah. Mine's all naturally inspired as well. Yeah, but it's interesting that even without that in the grimoires, like true magicians just know what they should be up to. All right, like how the projection of the astral temple actually works. So it's.
What do you think of the axe kick, though?
Yeah, I like that. I've been practicing again too. It's as I covered on the show a little bit earlier, you probably didn't see.
I didn't. I just as soon as I joined, I hit the link. So I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I was talking about the 24 solar terms in the Chinese lunar calendar, and we're just moved into the new year, right? The year of the horse, but we're in the third solar term, which in Chinese is called the awakening of insects. And for Kung Fu practitioners, this is really the time, like, you know, you're a martial arts practitioner. It's really the time to start getting active again and getting out in the yard and doing your taolu or whatever, you know, your kata. And so start doing your kata again and rebuilding them. And yeah, so because winter hibernation, you know, you do a lot less. It's just far too cold, and it's not actually good for the body.
So it's an awakening.
Yeah, awakening. They say that this is when spring thunder hits, and when all the insects wake up. Yeah,
out of hibernation,
coming out of the cave, as it were. Yeah, and
spring. You know, May showers, whatever, April showers, May flowers, type shit. Whatever.
Yeah, all that good stuff. Yeah, so Healing Law says he'd like to talk about Chinese medicine. Do you know who? So who is this person? Healing Law.
This Healing Law has been going around doing his rounds and getting everybody on the podcast. I haven't watched any of his stuff, but like I know this has been scheduled. I don't know if it's I don't know why it's showing up on my algorithm, but yeah, I've been seeing him.
Okay, well, hit the link, Healing Law. Jump up and
have a conversation over here.
Yeah, have a conversation here. Jump up, panel up.
How did you find this whole community? Because he's doing his rounds with pretty much everybody here. It looks like, or not everybody, but a bunch of people.
Fascinating that he could make his way to my channel. I don't know where he would have heard of me. Maybe on chat.
He's been doing his recognizance or whatever.
Yeah, reconnaissance.
Doing his
homework.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's good magic. I'll talk about Chinese medicine. Yeah, I haven't really been in that kind of that mind for a long time. I could talk about its interaction with systems of Qigong and Kung Fu and exercise, but exclusively Chinese medicine, I'm no expert, and I wouldn't have much to say about herbology or acupuncture or that kind of thing anymore. Like I said, I did a couple of years in college, and I was insistent on studying it, so I have read probably 50 or 100 books on the subject, but I lived with Master Ni Hua Qing, who is the chancellor.
Not to cut you off.
Go ahead. I'm just letting Healing Law know. Yeah, the chancellor of Yosemite.
I forgot to cut you off, but some person, I forget who it was, were like, Frank doesn't live in China. He's like, how come we can't just look out the window? And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking? I didn't say anything, but I'm like, come on. I don't think they could do making this shit up.
If goofballs don't believe I'm in China, you could just look through my shorts. I mean, how would I be able to go around and shoot Chinese cities all the time and Chinese restaurants?
Come on. He's like, we can't put his fucking... People are so weird on the internet. Like, fuck off and go learn something for real.
Yeah, there's a lot of neurosis on the internet. People are suffering from disassociative.
Everyone's a liar, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I
Go
don't
and
know.
grab a fucking pen and a piece of paper. And maybe like I did this just with a ruler. But yeah, if you have a protractor and a compass, you can let's make like Metatron's cute. Let's make the most advanced fucking geometry you could possibly fathom. Like this shit, when I was making this, I haven't done it for so long. I felt like I was tripping out.
Yeah, I
And it's
bet.
not
I bet
perfect
it's good.
either. It's slightly off for some places,
That's okay.
which
It's good for
which pisses me off. Like I'm like, fuck, I should be doing better. But,
well, you can always make another one, but yeah, it's good for breaking through trance, and even the discrepancies. I think like the slight imbalance.
Yeah, maybe
Really
the
help.
imperfections, like they're mirrored in a way. So if you look at them, they're mirrored in a certain way. It's like actually it does have symmetry even if it's slightly off. So it's like
and it might more help you shift into a non-Euclidean mind space by it being that way. So you'll start to if you start to work with it again. I know you said you like to do it when you were younger, but if you start to do it more, as you're getting a little older, I think you'll make some serious breakthroughs with that. That's a good way to go about it.
it took me about 40 minutes while like I was distracted doing other things, but like it took 40 minutes like time elapsed because I took a picture of the original thing and then took a picture of the end picture. It was like about 40, nearly 50 minutes, but I was doing other shit in between.
Yeah, who are those deep meditators that live up in the Himalayas, like the tantric guys? They do a lot of that with like mandala creation, right?
Mm-hmm. I thought it was a great meditation in a way. It is a form of meditation.
Yeah, it is. It is really good. Yeah, we do have a visitor. We have a Douglas. Do you know Douglas? Is he the healing law guy?
And maybe, I'm not sure.
His logo didn't load though for some reason. Let me check the.
I don't think
YouTube
anyone's gonna fuck with you. Like I don't have no like weird feeling about it. I think it may be that guy. Could be. Like I said, I haven't really looked into him, but I get like these notifications. Maybe he may have changed his name and like now he's going on camera. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll bring him up. We'll give it a go, all right, and see what's going on. Douglas, welcome to the show. How are you?
Greetings, Mr. Frank Monday. How's it going, man?
Doing well. How's it going with you?
Are you the guy that we're talking about or no?
Yeah, Cage, I got a tight schedule here, man. I got to keep on, Frank Monday. I don't have much time right now, but I'm here and invite you on a very special guest to the Healing Law podcast. Would you be interested in
Shut up, Doug. Oh, it is a Healing Law podcast. Yeah, that's what you are. It's right there. I wasn't by the screen to look at it. There you go. Now
Cage, give me just a second. I'll bring you right back up. I'll chat with Douglas for just a second. Yeah, go ahead, Douglas. I'm sorry I didn't catch what you said. You're muted, Douglas.
Some week. Not muted.
You were for a second. Now you're not. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just reaching out to see if you want to jump on the Healing Law podcast with me next week, man. You got any time available?
Okay, I haven't seen it. I'll have to go over and check out your channel. I don't know, what time do you typically like to schedule your shows and stuff like that?
Sundays are pretty wide open. Otherwise, it'd be in the afternoon Eastern time, like after 6:30 or so.
So Sundays, any time during the day on Sunday, that would be. Let me see. And you're what, Eastern time?
Yeah.
And so I guess you're in the U.S. I would imagine Eastern Standard.
Yeah,
13. Yeah, that would be a little tough for me. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Let me see. Let me think about it. How long do shows typically run? What, like about an hour or a little less, a little longer?
No, 30 minutes. I try to keep the conversation about 30 minutes.
Okay. Do you have some specific questions you like to ask, or what do you like guests to do? You want them to?
Yeah, well, it's conversations about health, law, and nature, particularly natural health. And I know you're into Chinese medicine and stuff, so.
Okay. Yeah, I studied a bit when I was younger and invested a lot of energy into it, but since then I've mostly just worked with like Chinese magical systems and qigong and kung fu and that type of thing. So I might be able to speak more about like meditation, deep breathing, stretching, that type of thing might be a little more interesting. I have a little more insight there.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, natural health in general is good. Whatever direction you're comfortable with.
Okay, sure. Yeah, and so Cage was saying that you've kind of been around the Panelverse and talked to some other people and stuff. Like who within the Panelverse realm have you kind of anyone that I know?
Well, I've talked to you before.
Have you really?
Yeah.
I don't recall. I've been on your show, or you?
I can tell you on the call, but I can't divulge that information right here. We've talked. You know who?
All right. Yeah, your voice does sound familiar, but I'm not placing it right off the hat. You're under a different name, though, right? Healing Law and Douglas. That's not what you originally went by.
I still have the other. It's a secret, man. Listen.
I got you. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. I got you now. I'm dialed in. All right, good magic, man. I appreciate you coming by. Do you want to hang around and chat a little bit, or because I'm gonna bring Cage back?
An email.
There's no secret, Douglas. Yeah. Okay, I already know what it is.
Cage, don't say it.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I won't divulge it. But yeah, you know what? We could talk about the lower, middle, and upper Dantean breathing.
Yeah, we can get into the Danteans and stuff, and how the refining the internal elixir brings about higher levels
elixir fields. Yes, sir.
Yeah, cultivating the elixir fields. Yeah, we'll get into that. That would be fun. I would I don't know if you know my email or not, but
no, I don't. If you can't get on here, can you drop it backstage?
Yeah, I'll post it in the private chat. So if you want to shoot me an email, we'll set up a time. And
shout out to Dougie, man. There you go.
Maybe I can bring some
podcast. Yeah, well, hopefully it's for the betterment of everybody.
Maybe I can bring some interesting video clips or something that can help, like, knock up the production value a little bit on what we do. Like maybe prepare something in advance.
Well, they're pretty simple. I could edit them into it in post, but it is a podcast primarily, though it is on that as well. But the focus is on the audio for the audio audience.
Good. Yeah, I can appreciate it. Good. I'll have to check out and see what you've done already, and then that'll kind of put me on page as to what I should prepare.
I already know who it is because I was subscribed before you changed the name and rebranded.
Yeah, so. To know, to dare, and to be silent, Cage. To be silent. This is the key.
Oh, well, it's fine, but don't call anything a secret because all the secrets are revealed right under your nose.
I shouldn't call it.
Right.
I just
you don't want
to. It keeps it better that way.
Yeah, you don't want to reveal the man behind the curtain. Inside baseball,
Okay, but who created the curtain? Who created the stage? And who created the man?
Well, there's a reason for it. Everything has its place, right? There's I truly believe if Douglas at the Healing Center, Healing Law podcast is up to a new endeavor. I think we should support that with our.
I will support it, but I have a question.
With our best efforts, yeah, go ahead.
What color and what fabric is used for the curtain?
The camel fur, dude. We gotta have some camel fur, and probably like a dark royal blue.
A dark royal blue with camel.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I've never experienced the camel fur fabric. That's interesting.
How did you dye it?
Well, ancient Chinese practices and things like that.
Oh, maybe it could be made of silk, right? We're going from the Silk Road from northern Africa all the way up to China.
Yeah, I've got some salient ideas. I've got some salient ideas already coming to mind for things that would be interesting to talk about on your podcast.
Yeah, man, it's a natural discussion. I don't want to force anything, but it's been pretty easy so far. The conversations we've had. So
you got Paul lined up, huh?
Oh yeah, well, we released the Paul episode today.
Oh, you have? Okay. I've never watched any of it, but for some reason I keep getting it. So it must be somebody, which I'm not going to say, that I've been subscribed to previously.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I like Paul. Paul's a very articulate and intelligent fella. He brings a lot of good ideas to bear.
You've got a few different people I know on there. Actually,
new space.
Most of them. Very interesting, man. Keep it up. as long as it's something positive and you're putting out great information for those that be, it's a lot better than the nonsense, right? So you have my
Yeah, it's good to see you active again
support.
too. Both of you guys, Cage and Douglas, because I hadn't seen you in the usual spaces recently, where you had kind of made a big appearance on the scene, a couple of months ago during the winter, and then I know that like there were some problems with your local internet. Have you been able to maybe do?
I've just been I've been busy, like what I mean. Most people just talk about others instead of like something beneficial. So I'm like, why am I really being there? And then I've been dealing with real life kind of stuff. So I figured,
Okay.
no, but I'm always there. Like I don't watch. Okay, like one of my main things is even right now, as I'm on here, I'm multitasking. I'm getting things taken care of. I always have, always will be. So it's my rules of engagement. Rule number one. For me personally, when I'm on here, I will always have something done. I don't just sit here and talk. Number two, I have a clear boundary. Okay, the internet stuff does not blend into my real life. Okay, it's completely different. Including, and then rule number three, I don't just sit around and it kind of goes back to the rule number one. I don't just sit around and like listen. I participate. I hit the link. So I only know what's going on when I'm there. Like I don't go and do my rounds around and like go into the lore of this nonsense.
Gotcha. Yeah, and not a lot of these places really have that much crossover. What about you, Douglas? I know that you had been doing some collaboration with Talcadia for a little while, and then you kind of receded a little bit as well. Is that right?
Well, like Cage is saying, what's the point in going on these panels and talking about people rather than information? So that's why I've stepped back and just doing this podcast angle. Speaking of Jack Talcott, he was the first person that I did interview for the Healing Well podcast.
Okay. What did you guys talk about? I'll have to watch that one for sure.
Do no harm and the principles of do no harm and living without fear.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Unfortunately, I'm not going to watch anything. Like I said, it's one of my rules of engagement, so I must be there and participate. Again, if I were to participate on your little podcast, I honestly would not do it because like I don't want to fucking be associated with these people publicly.
Okay, I do. I like it. I like to watch occasionally. Like I said, Talcadia is pretty much the only one I keep up with. Illumitami had been doing a little bit of something here and there, and so I tried to watch a little bit, but I find it a little bit more difficult. I know that Paul used to do a lot of transmission on his channel, but I don't know if he does at all anymore.
Have you not seen a steady decline? Like nobody's really going to this stuff anymore. They're not doing it every day anymore. It's like slowly dying, which it should, because it's poison to the people's minds. Honestly, this fucking bullshit.
Well, yeah, if they're doing it bad, they might be getting back to just living regular life again, which is
good. Finally,
yeah,
good, good.
I hope that's what's going on.
I have a wonderful lady coming over tonight. I'm fucked off for the weekend. You won't see me anywhere.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I hope you enjoy that. Make sure you get ready for that.
Everything's all prepared. Regardless, I don't mind coming on and talking to people and hopefully spreading knowledge because I spent many years before I even had like a little panel. I don't go and promote it. And all I did was play audiobooks for thousands and thousands of hours. You know what I mean? 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, every day while I work.
Yeah, so Douglas, I appreciate you coming by and offering the invite. Are you going to you're getting a little more active again then and doing some podcasting and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just focused solely on this podcasting, really. So not joining too many panels. I'm sending an email right now. It should be to you in just a moment here.
Okay, yeah.
I may watch. Maybe I'll watch Frank's fucking appearance. His famous. I'll be interested.
And don't be stranger, either one of you guys. I love seeing you on Talcadia. I pretty much tune in daily because like it just fits in with my schedule. Like he's usually transmitting when I'm getting ready for work, and so have a little breakfast, go down to the shop and stuff like that. It's kind of a fun way to start my day. But I don't know. Sometimes I tune out.
Has it become a part of your routine?
Yeah, well, it was my routine anyway. It just kind of fit in that slot. But it was good to see you on there as STC, and kind of sniffing out the bad guys and doing the detective work and so on and so forth. If I'm accurate in that, I believe that's correct, Douglas. And Cage, good to see you coming on and burning the owl occasionally too.
The owl.
You got to light a fire under their ass occasionally. Hey, Free Gift from God is here. Good to see you, Free Gift from God. Appreciate you being here. I hope you're doing well, beloved.
Throwing up the Saturn. Okay.
Yeah, he's a young man out in the New Jersey area who's been working in sales, I believe.
In Jersey in the sales. Okay, 666. Okay, we'll add them all up. It equals 9, buddy. There you go. Welcome back to the 9.
Got to jump out of here.
God, yeah.
Good talking and catching up. We'll talk soon, hopefully. And Cage, good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Blessings.
Keep it
blessings,
up,
beloved.
Great idea.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming by, Dougie. Have a great day, man, and I appreciate the offer.
You too.
I'll look forward to it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's good magic. So, Free Gift from God. If you're available, you can definitely hit the link and jump up here, and we'll have a little back and forth about what's been going on with you. I certainly appreciate it, and yeah. So you got a lady coming over tonight, Cage. That's nice. It's kind of exciting. Is she Mexican or a Mexicant?
None of the above.
Is she white girl? You dating a white girl, man? What's up with that?
Hey, pretty much. I'm not gonna get into it. But no, I've kind of opened my doors. I've kind of opened the door a little bit to people, right? To women in particular. Like, I've lived here for nearly 7 years, and I can count on my hand how many people I've let in here, including family.
Okay.
So I'm very selective with it.
This isn't the gal that was creating like a fire danger the other day, is it?
No.
I remember her. You remember you told me that?
No, that was a neighbor. That was a neighbor. It had nothing to do with her. This is no. No, not at all. But yeah, no, from the beginning of last month, yeah, I allowed one woman in here, and she has like retarded amounts of money. Like, I'm telling you, she was like spending $500-600 a day, like $300 fucking crazy dinners and shit, all this stuff. I'm like, can you not do it? Like, I kept telling her not to, but all of a sudden I get a knock on the door and have a delivery when she's here. I'm like, calm the fuck down. Anyways, like, a little issue with that. And I'm like, whatever. Now that I went this, like, I've opened the door. I might as well let one more in, which I've known since grade 7, and she happens to be a chemist, like an organic chemistry type person, which I find fascinating. I know lots of it myself. I know for a very long time. The issue is, like, she always showed interest in me, and she dated one of my good friends back then, JP. Well, they weren't together since like grade 8 or grade 9 or some shit. So I'm like, fuck it. After this, like, I'm not gonna get into it, but after this, I'm like, okay, whatever. She keep, even to this day, it's like almost a couple of decades. I'm like, all right, well, yeah, I think everyone's cool. It goes against my moral compass, right? Like, I don't fuck with women that my friends have dealt with in the past, right?
Yeah, it's kind of an unspoken rule. I know some dudes will violate that, and they don't really give a fuck. And those are usually not people that are...
I'm making an exception, though, after this amount of time. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that length of time doesn't matter. I agree with that. People chill out. People mellow with age a little bit.
I'm making an exception with that. Like, they're children. Okay, we're grown adults now, so that's fine, I think.
Yeah, and so...
After this amount of time.
You said that she's got a kid. She's a mom.
No, she has no children.
Okay, no children.
She's my age. Yeah.
Your age, yeah. Yeah, you don't need to take on all that.
No, she has no. It's not a single mother. None of that bullshit. Even the other one that I was doing, no. The thing is, like, okay, we got into like a little. The one that I had here for like living with me for like, well, not really living. Like, she'd be staying for like a week or something. Go home for like a couple of days, come back. I called her out on some bullshit, and then all of a sudden, like, I'm helping her bring her stuff downstairs and all that. She leaves. I think she got really upset about that. because like I didn't fight for her to stay or something. So she called the cops on me, bud. I have it on camera, and the cops had to leave under the guise that I wasn't letting her go. I'm like, go check the cameras. I was like literally like helping her leave. Just like make sure you
Yeah,
bring all your stuff. Hey,
I'd say
so I'm
once a
like,
gal's
fuck
called
that. Yeah, so I'm like, that's done now at that point. Fuck off. So now I have
I'd
a
say
new
once a
one coming
gal's
tonight.
called the cops on you, it's kind of game over.
I have an
Real quick,
old new one coming tonight. Yeah.
let me welcome King of Hell 66. Good to see you, man. How you doing out there, beloved? What's been going on?
What's up? Sorry, I didn't know my mic was on.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
look at the
worries.
numbers 366. Okay, look at you. Look. You want to see hell, buddy? Come on now.
What have you been up?
That's my name on some poker sites that I play on. So if you see that name,
What kind of poker you do? Texas Hold'em?
yeah, mostly no limit Texas Hold'em, 1-3 or lower online.
Okay.
50 cent a dollar probably online. I do play a
What
little
Poker
PLO,
Stars?
but
Or Omaha? No Omaha?
yeah, no, I do play a little bit of PLO, but it's hard for me to. I'm a lot better at Texas Hold'em.
Yeah, that's my favorite Texas Hold'em person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pot
sounds
Limit
like you guys
Omaha is
know a
more
little
of
more
like
about it than me.
yeah, it's more of like a drawing game. So like once you get to the flop and like you could just have like the best hand on the flop, but
Don't
the
tell me
con.
you're a river rat. Oh man. River rats always piss me
No,
off.
I'm more of a very aggressive player. I like to put people under pressure and like play very aggressive. Which in like Pot Limit Omaha, you can't really do that. Um, it just doesn't really work. I play I live
I
in New
do.
Jersey,
I
so I
only do
play
Texas Hold'em. That's the only shit I play. If I
yeah.
do play.
Where are you on the East Coast or not?
Yeah, I'm Toronto, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Toronto, yeah.
Toronto, Eastern Standard
Oh
Time.
yeah, they
Kind of
actually
like,
have a lot of like card players in Canada. I've never been there, but I
hey,
know
buddy,
that.
like my stepdad used to have someone on Fridays, and it'd be in real life, and we'd all play Texas Hold'em. They come there, everybody puts 50 in the pot, and they got really pissed off at me one time. And you could buy in 3 times, so you could put a maximum of 150 each. So I only have
Yeah,
$13 in
sadly,
change.
guys, I've never really played. I did have a game. There was a game here in town that guys would go to every Saturday, but I never really got into it much. But yeah, that's
We
good.
did
That you guys,
we did on Fridays, and
Cage, if I may, I would like to introduce you to this is the King of Hell, free gift from God. Like I said, he's a Jersey guy, and then Cage is up in Canada. I don't know. If you've watched the show at
Toronto,
all,
big difference, right? Toronto, it's not like what people think Canada is.
recently King of Hell, but yeah, Cage has been on here a few times, so you may or may not be familiar with him. But yeah, I wanted to see what you've been up to. Free gift from God. What's been going on out there in Happy Land for you? What's new?
King of Hell, you there?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we lost him.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah,
you can.
Sorry, I had my headphones in. But yeah, my company is we are set up in Toronto as well as the United States. If you ever heard of the Score Bet.
A score bet. Yeah, I have here.
The app, yeah. So and then we also I work for that company and I do customer service for because I think there's 12 provinces and we're set up in Toronto.
There's
So
13,
13,
and then there's territories.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry
that's
about that.
interesting. No worries. Yeah, so you've kind of shifted careers. You were doing some other stuff last time we spoke, right?
Yeah, yep. And then now I'm trying to get into the insurance industry.
No, sorry.
Yeah. So
There's not to misspeak, but there's 13 in all. There's 10, and then 3. 10 provinces, 3 territories. Say 13.
Yep. And then if you watch the World Series, we had advertising on the wall there, so that was our company. And
Okay, cool.
yep.
When was the World Series? Was that recently?
Back in October, November, right? I can't remember.
Okay. All right.
That was a big upset when Toronto lost. Like last time they lost is like when I was born. Sorry, last time they won was when I was born in 1993, and they did it back to back in a little baseball shit from 93 and
Yeah,
94.
I don't think it was an upset because the Dodgers are a dynasty.
That was bullshit. You know what these fuckers did? They purposely threw the ball at the goddamn batters. They cheated.
Yeah, what happened?
all
Who
rigged.
played? It was the Dodgers and who?
And Toronto.
And the Blue Jays.
Yeah, Toronto Blue Jays.
And the Blue Jays are from Toronto, is that right?
Yeah, so there was this one play where the ball.
The man was throwing it on purpose and hitting them multiple times, these fucking LA bastards.
Well,
It was
yeah,
all rigged
LA is a
anyways.
dynasty, and they're investing into their team for a third World Series in a row, which would be historical. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, I don't really like
Okay,
the Dodgers.
but last time the Blue Jays won, we won twice in a row. We never got the third. So I guarantee these fuckers aren't gonna win a third time. Watch.
Yeah, well, I know that they're making additions to their roster right now, and they're pretty big additions. So, and they're already pretty good. So
that
look at the number.
plays in-
Look at the number 13. 10 provinces and 3 territories over here. Come on.
So that probably plays in with like what you've got going on with the score betting, right? Like
a little bit. Actually, not only just my company, but the gaming industry
It's
as
not
a
your
whole.
company. You work for the company.
Yeah, it's not my
Let the man
company.
finish.
The company that I work for. Now, let's clarify that. That's correct. So no, the company that I work for, it's very big. Like I said, we're located in 2 different countries. We also have.
You got a headquarters in Toronto, you said?
I believe so. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we do.
You said it's called the scorecard or the score
The
what?
score bet.
Oh, score bet.
So
I'm sure you've seen ads for it.
No, not me.
He's in China, so he wouldn't know. But yeah, we also have an app called the Score app, where where it keeps. It's a app for all the scores on the games, which is separate from the casino that we have. So yeah, it's pretty big, and I know like
Fucking
Canada.
guys from New Jersey is crazy. And, you know, they're all hand in hand over here, too. You know, people underestimate Canada, but, you know, Toronto's a massive hub for when it comes to multimedia, when it comes to actors, actresses, musicians.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Casinos,
There's
everything. It's crazy.
Couple million people there, right?
No, way more than that. We're the 4th biggest city in North America. We have the longest street in the entire world. We have the busiest highway in the entire world. We have a whole bunch of different things. Neo from the Matrix came from here. Jim Carrey, Truman Show here. Elon Musk got trained over here. Bunch of shit.
3.2 million.
No, there's more. Like, see, there's way more than that. Say the GTA, just like the video game. What's the population of the Greater Toronto area?
Couple of million people, Cage. Couple of million people. Good.
It's
good.
way
Yeah,
more than. It's way more than that.
I've never been to that area. I should come by and check it out sometime. You guys got a nice Chinatown too, right?
Oh yeah, big time. Spadina over here? Come on. You get the best dim sum, everything.
Nice.
It's retardedly expensive to live over here. You know, like most of the stuff that is filmed in New Jersey or New York is actually filmed over here. The first projects, as they call them in the United States, is Regent Park. Most movies that are based in New York are filmed here. Like everything gets tested here and then moved to the United States.
Okay. Yeah, and King of Hell, you said you've never been up across the Canadian border, have you?
No, I haven't been there, but you know, the company that I work for, we were originally ESPN Bet, and we also own the Score in Canada. So those were 2 different apps under the same entity, and eventually we did completely switch over entirely to the Score Bet.
What was your position in that company?
I just do customer service.
How long have you been with them? And how's it working out? You liking it? Pretty
8
good or what?
months, and nah, it's a horrible job. And also, so what I wanted to mention was that the company itself, as I got hired and as I was working there, they were starting to make a pivot away. Like I said, we rebranded entirely to the Score Bet, which was originally in Canada, and then we moved it over to the United States.
You see what I mean? That's exactly what I'm saying.
But the reason for this
that's
is
what Cage just
because the
said.
industry as a whole is pivoting for multiple reasons, mainly because of the laws and the taxes and things. And it's a little bit hard to explain, but basically, we are moving away from the sports book and solely focusing on the casino. This is because of the dynamics of the sports
I
betting
need a
industry.
bookie named King with a 366, and my bookie will break your kneecaps if you don't pay up. What the fuck?
Yeah, but so yeah, it's gonna change, and things are changing, and that's the reason why I want to pivot into the insurance
And who do
industry.
you think owns that? You don't think they're involved with organized crime?
Who?
All these different fucking casinos and bet whatever the fuck you want to call it.
No, actually, a lot of the bookies that are actually successful and they're actually intellects, and they live.
I'm calling the mafia. I'm calling my fucking my grandfather
Yeah,
Papino,
there
new
are
daddy.
bookies like that, but bookies like that, for me personally, I could easily beat them, and they probably wouldn't pay me.
Are you sure about that?
I'm very
Buddy, it's a
positive about that.
racket. All the sports are rigged. Where do you think the fucking real value of the sports comes from, besides the tickets and the merch and
Yeah,
the
I
food they sell?
understand, but
It
it
comes from the
wouldn't.
betting. So if you
If
know if you know how it's gonna end up, then there you
there's
go.
a
There's
couple
billions
things
of.
about this, even if the games were rigged, it wouldn't matter to me because I have an edge that's
Oh,
calculated,
it's
and
a calculated edge.
yeah, exactly. So when you beat the line by a certain amount at close, you get an edge, which results into an ROI on every dollar that you spend,
Yeah, return on interest. I know what ROI
which
is. Okay,
which
I know
which
all about business.
you can lose because of variance, but yeah, so bookies like that, which I do know bookies like that, who are like street bookies and they don't really know what they're
Okay,
doing.
would they know what ROI stands for? I told you exactly what it said before. As soon as
Just for a second, I'm gonna drop Cage. I find that it kind of sucks the air out of the room sometimes. I love you, Cage, but like allow folks to drop their ideas completely before
No, he's
responding to them.
okay. That was so funny.
Yeah, it's really tough for me though, like my autonomous nervous system, to deal with people who aren't highly skilled at conversational tactics, and so I'm not saying that I don't know how to. It's like almost like yeah. Anyway, yeah, Cage, you can tend to be a bad luck charm for my fucking vibe, man. So that's okay though. But yeah, where had we left off? Where were you trying to
I
get
didn't
out there?
think it that bad, but this is a boring conversation. Not many people really care, and what I wanted to say was though, like my company is pivoting because we're losing money from the sports book. That was my ultimate point. And the reason why is because the people who are running the sports book, they don't know what they're doing, which results in them losing money. And they do other things like limit players that are winning. It's very hard to describe if you don't understand the sports betting industry, but essentially what they'll do is, and this has happened to me personally on multiple other books or sites, where they will limit me to $4 a wager. And I know that sounds very odd to people who gamble, but they're not letting me bet the amount that I want. Um, and with this model, with this sort of business model in the sports, it's you're gonna be a failure, because a lot of people don't know this, but the market is what makes the line so efficient. So you will hear people make a bet, and the result will be very efficient, right? The result will be very close to what the line was. But that's not because of the bookmakers. That's because of the people who are betting into these lines. The millions of people that are betting into this line, and they're trading numbers, and the numbers going back and forth, which makes this number so efficient, right? So it's not the bookmakers who have any knowledge or information, it's the market as a whole. And we see this in other examples, right? Where if we got a big jar of jelly beans and we asked the people to guess the amount, 60% of the people will come up with a line or a number that is efficient or most close to the actual number. So that's what bookmaking is. And yeah, that's companies like the Score Bet or other companies like Hard Rock or Fanatics, which I've been limited on. You know, they are eliminating the people that make the line so sharp and efficient, which results in them losing money.
Okay. And these type of gaming systems, they're fairly popular in America, is that right?
So yeah, they are very popular. It's sort of becoming a epidemic, I guess you could say, where people have gambling problems, right? People aren't they're the basic understanding of what they're betting on and how to bet, and you know, like I said before, the edge and you know all these things. They don't understand what they're doing. They're basically just throwing darts at a board blindfolded, which results into a lot of people losing and developing addictions, or even being under the impression that things are rigged, or which of course there are many, and it's been proven and people are being indicted where they are rigging sports. And I wanted to mention this to the guy before, where you are able, like I said, because when you make a bet, the market moves depending on who you are and how much you bet. So if someone's rigging the game, like if they have a player on the inside, they're betting a lot. You see this in UFC all the time. The people that are at the books are able to pick up on this rather easily, because it doesn't take a genius to figure out what's going on in a market. Um, and so yeah, so you know, it's the original reason why I got into the industry is because I have such a vast understanding and information on this kind of stuff. But um you know, the industry itself over the last 8 months while I've worked there has really taken a strong pivot. And you can see this in the politics as well, and the laws that they're changing and making. And you know, they really don't want people to win in the sport. They don't it's really hard to say what's going on, but there's a pivot happening, and it's towards what they're called exchanges, like Kalshi, Profit Exchange, things like this, where you're not taxed the same. It's very nuanced.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like it. It's definitely beyond my ken. Yeah, so welcome back, Mr. Welcome Back. Um, I wanted to highlight a.
May I ask
Go ahead,
something?
kids. Yeah,
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 I'd
go
like
ahead.
to ask something to Mr. King here. All right, what about the emotional bias? Like, right, everybody wants their team, everybody wants to win in a certain way, quote, win, right? So the emotional bias would be like, okay, it's my company, my team, and then
Is he
therefore,
talking? Because I
the,
can't hear.
you can't hear me? No?
Okay, yeah, I can. Um, maybe there's some connection issues. Give it a second. Usually irons itself out. Go ahead and make your point, though, Cage. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, King, can you hear me? Mic check. Yeah, I'll try something on my end. I'll refresh if you let me back in because I have a very pertinent question for him since he's
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and
all right.
refresh.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess
try
he
to
was
get
having.
me.
Go ahead.
Could you hear him or not?
I could. You couldn't?
Nah, but I seen that he was talking because the circle was.
Okay. He refreshed his browser. Let's see if he comes through this time. Yeah, go ahead, Cage.
King Hell, can you hear me now? Mic check.
I can. I guess he can't. Go ahead and articulate your.
I think
question or your point.
it's directed to him because he's in this industry, right? If he can't hear me, then I think he may need to refresh his thing because it's not on my end if you
Okay.
can hear me.
Yeah, I think you're okay on my end.
Yeah.
Um,
But no, it's a great question. I'm just trying to learn here.
yeah, it's good. It's good. Personally, I'm not that much interested in gaming. So, my brother kind of got pulled into it. He ended up losing a lot of money, and he's kind of been a lifelong casino like addict and
The house,
gambling.
the house
All right,
always wins, sir.
he refreshed. So go ahead. Free gift from God. Can you hear Cage now? Go ahead, Cage.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So my question is, there's an emotion. How I see it is psychological, right? So how I look at it, there's an emotional bias, right? So it's like my company or my team, and then people are probably more, at a higher percentage of chance they vote towards what they believe in beyond like what logic shows, right? So that's how people get trapped into it. For example, my brother's fiance's family, their home is owned by loan sharks because they're gambling addicts and that. But it's an algorithm thing, and the house always wins. And so, pretty much like you get a couple wins in that, but you don't account for all the losses. And it goes on and on and on like that. And it also goes back to how it could be rigged to the point where people that are in the know can benefit off of these kind of tactics, this psychological tactic. Have you not noticed that within the industry?
So yeah, I don't think that the sports are rigged. The sports book doesn't, you know, this, sports betting and bookmaking compared to the casino are two completely different things. For example, the casino, like if you play a slot, there's a return percentage. Basically, if you spend this much, you're guaranteed to get this much back. It doesn't
No.
mean you'll win, but it means that you'll have a certain loss threshold,
There's
essentially.
probability.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, and I do know for a fact that there are people out there who are known as advantage players or APs,
Well,
and
yeah, and look, like some people get. Sorry to interrupt, but as I was saying before, when I was in the back, they're only limit to you because you understand these systems. They only limit you to what, $4 or whatever the hell you said, right? There's some people that get banned from casinos because they understand how to.
well, I don't think you can get banned
Yes,
or
you can be banned because like you're a danger to yourself, or you can get banned because you win a lot
yeah, I
more than
think you
normal.
can be trespassed from a physical property, but it is
Okay,
illegal.
but hold on. How come you're only allowed to bet four when you said it
Exactly.
yourself? How come
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
only
yeah,
allowed
yeah.
to? Okay,
Because they're not allowed to ban me, they're only allowed to limit me, right? So that's why they did that.
well,
Now,
some
there
people do that. Like Dana White, for example, the guy who owns
oh,
UFC. He's
he's a
banned
losing
from.
better. He's a
But
moron. He's a
okay, but
moron.
apparently under his guys, certain people from over here in Canada,
Hmm.
he linked up with. Apparently, what they're saying is that he's not allowed in certain casinos because he like wins too much.
Well,
That's
the
a
main
terrible customer.
problem with him is that his action is so large. So it really puts the casino in an uncomfortable position. Now they
Exactly,
do.
because then you could play against their fucking algorithm, right? If you keep putting
Well, the
in.
thing is that he could get lucky, win a couple hands, and leave, and then he's betting $500,000 a hand, and so
And then they
right,
get fucked and they lose money, and that's not the model.
exactly, because since they have an edge, which is about 1%, the longer that he plays, the longer the edge plays out in itself.
And then eventually you can
Right.
make it back and make money off of them and then leave. And they're like, why the fuck would you want this
Exactly. If
person?
he just hits and runs, they'll never get their money back. If
That's
he
the whole
keeps on,
point.
yeah.
You know what I mean? If
Yeah.
you want to play their game, that's the only way to play their
But
game.
that's blackjack. Now, see, the reason why I was getting limited is because it varies. For example, I only made 5 wagers and they limited me on Fanatics, but on Hard Rock Bet, I was making wagers for a couple of months. And what I would do is I would wait for the injury news to drop.
My
and
brother's fiance's parents are gambling addicts, and they spent millions and shit on this nonsense.
Cage, you can't see that he hadn't finished his point yet. Can you
No,
just give it a
he's
second?
okay. He's okay. Because
I'm sorry, but look at the incentives. They'll give you like free concerts, free hotel rooms, free like 5-star services.
Yeah,
to lure you back in.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to promote though. So guys, if we could take a step back for just a second. I really can't participate in this conversation much because I really don't know anything about gaming, but I am allowing it because you guys both seem to be extremely interested in articulating your ideas about it. But if we would for just a second, really quick, I want to kind of go over the Rastafarian conversation model that I'm kind of trying to promote going into the future. And maybe this will bring some light to where I think maybe at some points we fail in energetic interactions with each other. So just real quick to review, Carlos Castaneda's shaman, Don Juan, recommended these points, right? Like talking less and experiencing more. Obviously, one of the things Rudolf Steiner, and I know sometimes, Cage, I think you have some difficulty with this, is that you got to let folks land the plane before you interject.
I apologize because,
because I'll be listening and then you just immediately cut off where his idea is going, and I can feel the development of the thing. He's at the inception point, then he's working through the development point, and then he's about to drop, and you cut off before he gives the drop, which spiritually
I'm working on it, man.
Yeah, that's cool. But it spiritually truncates what he's trying to bring forward. So one of the key factors is to avoid self-importance. Like whatever we have to say might not be as important as what's being said, and letting it grow naturally. And then when you do respond, like try to speak impeccably, right? Intentional, precise, and necessary words only. Remember this too, of course, right? Silence is more powerful than speech. Not yet. Let me get through this really quick. So we've got.
Can I ask you something before we get to it, please? No?
Go ahead. What's up?
All right. So the thing is, letting things develop can go to a negative way too, to the point where you might as well just nip it where it's at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're not here to
speaking
do that.
up.
Cage.
Okay.
You're not here to do that. I'm here to do that. It is the Frank Monday show. On the Cage show, then absolutely, that's your role.
I don't even have a show. It's backstage.
Here, let's get back to Frank, right? So meet people at their level of awareness, right? Discouraging arguing beliefs or trying to convince others of anything. That's not what anybody's here to do, right? We're here just to have spiritual conversations about reality and how we can better interact with it. So that's why I like with the gaming, if Free Gift from God's able to bring forward some information that may guide folks who are in that situation to doing better or making more, I think that's important and you might be able to bring some of that forward too, Cage. So I'm not trying to truncate or diminish you either. Using metaphor and paradox. Let's get into this next part of it. So the clearest way to line up his ideas is that energy flows when our attention is balanced. In a conversation, if one person dominates or takes too long explaining or persuading or performing, their self-importance will suck the oxygen out of the room. A good exchange feels alive because attention moves back and forth naturally. So we have to let that try to move back and forth naturally, right? What do you guys think about that?
I'd say that non-compliance is compliance, right? It's like pretty much like if you say nothing and you don't speak up about it, then you're going along with something that leads to a certain.
Well, I'm not saying that you shouldn't say anything, but it seems like you should have more of a spiritual sensitivity because I'm listening and I'm listening to both of you, and then
it's implied conformity, right? Saying nothing.
No, it's not. Okay. So if I can't have this conversation with you, Cage, then I find that it's kind of pointless, right? If these ideas don't resonate with you, then I just don't know what to do.
No, they do. I understand what you're saying. I know Don Juan and all that, and I've studied all this stuff. I get it. But all I'm saying is, like, yeah, if you don't speak up, and maybe I'm terrible at communication. I have to work on it.
No, I'm not saying that. To some extent, yeah. So if someone's trying to generate an idea and trying to land it, you should at least try to let them land that idea, because it's not your job to truncate or to divert or redirect what their idea is trying to become into something that you want it to become. Do you understand what I mean?
It has nothing to do with me at all. But what it is,
it is.
Maybe like I could predict, not really predict. I already know where this conversation is going. So
then you
in
don't
my
have
mind,
any place in the conversation if that's the truth, man. I mean, like, why would you think that? Like, why would you think necessarily where it's going and that you can predict it? And why should that be more important than the person being able to express?
Have you ever answered somebody's sentence before they said it?
All right, Cage, you're not here to prove yourself as a spiritually awakened or enlightened guru. We're just here to have a conversation. We're supposed to meet on the level and part on the square. So I think that might be part of the problem, is like ego getting in the way of allowing that conversation to happen. Anyway, that's just my
I learned a lot. I appreciate you guys. I've learned a lot from you. Both of you.
No. I personally like just folks to back off a little bit, like on ego-driven conversation, and try to interact more at the level of the value of the information. So, King of Hell, if you're still there, I was trying to keep up, and I just thought that I had to say something, because I can't be really a part of that conversation. But yeah, to summarize, like with the gaming systems and stuff and what you've learned for it, because you were playing games before that, right? Free Gift from God.
Yeah, I do like to play games, and the reason why I like to sports bet is because I like to implement a strategy. My Twitter is on the bottom there. I'm heavily involved in the Twitter gambling community and space. Not like I'm not involved, but I just like follow, and they have like some spaces on there that I like to listen to and stuff. And there's like some other guys like that, it comes down to like numbers and stuff, but I do want to defend Cage rather a little bit, because I do tend to ramble a little bit, but I just want to make sure that I'm like communicating exactly what I'm trying to say, rather than not do that.
Well, I appreciate that, King. And if you do have a dice, we could do an experiment right now. This is why I don't gamble, and if I did, I've never gambled in my entire life. Although, growing up, if anyone wants a lottery ticket, I pick it for them, and they win every time. And you can actually utilize these, the laws of the universe, the kinetic principles, or whatever you want to call them, the principles of the universe, whatever you want to call it. And I've done it so many times, I can actually prove it right now, where it's way beyond probability and way beyond their model. Okay, when you actually, some people understand this stuff. I don't gamble at all.
So what is the experiment, Cage? And what kind of dice?
Any die, any die at all, random, like just a regular six-sided die. You have to put it on camera so it'll observe it and roll it. And I guarantee we're gonna go way over the probability of it. I can show you. Like one time I did it and I had to shut it off. It went over 9 times in a row. 9 times on one thing in a row, where somebody else randomly is doing. Okay,
I'm not set up to do all that, but can you just give me the summary? What's the story? What plays out?
What plays out is like how reality is formulated at the very fundamental of existence, and you can train it.
Right? Like a set
it's not just a bell curve. It's more of like intention and a beyond a knowing and a visualization that can create a result, and it can be repeated time and time again. I can show you proof of it. One time I've done it time and time again from young, And it's not me holding it. It's not a loaded dice or just randomly like bringing stuff up like this, and all of a sudden you're getting the same thing 9 times in a row. Do you know the Yeah? Do you know the odds of
I don't
that
want to cut you
are?
off, but I just want to let you know that that is possible. And what we call that is it's called variance, right? So, you play poker. If I had aces and you had kings,
Now I got to
we,
roll a flush out of nowhere.
but I'm saying if you had aces and I had kings, can the kings beat the aces?
I'm telling you, like I've seen it time and time again, and other people with their own hands, and they're freaking out and shit. They're like, "How the fuck did you do that?" I'm like, "It's in your hands. Like it's in our hands. Okay, this
I mean,
probability is a theory.
It's not. It's not.
It's not set in
It's
stone.
not.
This is why
It's
they
really
hate.
not.
I don't gamble. It's
kings
too
could beat
easy.
the ace. Am I correct in asking kings could beat the aces if you've got 4 kings and you've only got
Well, if
3
you have
aces, right?
three, or you have three
That's a good
kings and 2
example.
aces.
Or you could get 4 suits of the same card on the board and you have the fifth suit. You would beat there's so many different ways to
All right, what's creating the board and the how the board is being assembled? That's the question.
what
Well,
was the question?
fundamentally, what's creating the board and how is the board being assembled? But fundamentally, like
The
will
fucking
any of
deck, bro. It's the deck of
uh,
cards.
Okay, who printed out the deck and who created the idea of the deck? And who's
It's
playing within
right?
it?
I don't really think it's more so it's not really an idea, it's just the concept of the deck being divided into a certain amount of suits and cards and the value of
But
each
who
card.
created that system, and how is that system set in
It's
stone?
not
You can make your own.
necessarily who created it, but I think it's a system that's been conceptualized for millions of years, to be honest with you.
There's always
Before the
Yes.
loopholes.
deck of
There's always
cards
ways
even
around it. I can
existed.
show you right now. Grab a dice right now and fucking put it on camera and roll it, and we'll
Yeah,
see.
I'm not sure how that applies though,
Yeah, I don't
Cage.
have a
Like
Because,
dice, but
well,
listen,
okay, so what if we got the
if we
same
flip a
number
what?
coin
10
and it
times in a
turns
row?
on head 9 times in a row, that's not abnormal.
Yeah, it
Right, and
is.
what's the upshot? Like, how would
No,
that
it's
make me a
not.
better
Okay,
gambler?
okay, do it 9 times in a row on a dice. Okay, you know that's like you might as well get hit by lightning and win the lottery. And if you can do
But
that
how
and
am
Yeah,
I going?
influence
How
it
am I going
time
to
and time
apply what
again,
you're Cage? How am I going to apply what you're saying to winning the lottery?
it's not about winning the lottery. I don't, you don't.
No, it
People that
is.
know
It
this,
is. I
they
want the
don't do
money.
it.
I want to get the bag. I don't want to
Okay,
just
well
gamble.
that's what's
In theory,
gonna get you
I
into
want some
serious
practical
trouble.
application.
That's what's getting you
Okay,
into serious trouble. People know about this stuff.
then it's not necessarily helpful, is it?
No, but you can use that for other things that don't
How?
involve other people's little money.
How?
Life is not just about money. Money is
Yeah,
irrelevant to me.
fundamentally it kind of is somehow financing, right? Getting funding. So King of Hell, what else has been going on? I know there's a lot, shaking in New Jersey. How are the people on the street, the man on the street, reacting to the news about Epic Fury? What are people saying and doing in
what is
relation
that?
to the Epic Fury? It's Operation Epic Fury. It's the new Fandango over in Iran.
Oh,
Iran, you ran. We
uh,
all ran.
no, I don't really know. I mean, I don't really think
No,
anyone cares.
you don't. Yeah, nobody's really talking about it. Nobody gives a fuck. They're like, oh, okay, whatever. It's just background noise or
Like,
what?
it's hard to explain. I don't really think. I mean, I don't know. Like you mean the people that got killed in Iran, the
No,
terrorists?
like the war. Yeah, the United States is at war with Iran right now. I mean, I don't think there's been a declaration by Congress, has there?
Wait, are we at war for real, or like I thought we just bombed them?
Not
Yeah, it's
to
just
not
an
not to
operation.
interrupt, but go back to in the gaming theory that you call it. What
Oh God.
you should read a book called The Dice Man. And it's
Okay.
funny. What's a variant in gaming theory? What does that mean to you? A variant.
Variance?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is
Okay,
variance? Can you explain that?
okay, so variance is something that happens that's probable, but it's not very. There's not a big percentage of it happening. So I'm trying to think of like a good example.
So how is that
So
phenomena done? Can that be purposefully done, or is it just randomly happens?
can it be purposefully done?
Yeah.
Well, no, it can't be purposefully done. If it's
Are you sure?
purposely done, then it's rigged, right?
Okay. Well, maybe everything is.
So, like, if I flip a coin and it lands on head 9 or 10 times in a row, we would attribute that to variance, right? Because according to the equity of, or the probability, that's not supposed to
Hey, but
happen,
you
but
know,
it
this is
did.
all a theory. This is all a theory. You could easily influence it. Grab a dice right now or a coin, and we could test it.
Okay, I have a coin in my hand. If I flip the coin and throw it in
I
the air, I
guarantee you
have
right
no
now. I
influence.
guarantee. Flip it right now and look at it. It'll be a heads. Well, how much you want to fucking bet?
No, this is silly.
Do it.
No, this is
Do
silly.
it.
Because
Do
even
it.
if I flip
I
the
see it
coin,
right now.
even if I flip the coin and I tell
Oh,
you
it's
it
a
landed on
50-50
tails, you wouldn't
apparently.
believe me.
Oh, okay,
I
well, I'll
flipped.
take your word
I
for it.
just flipped one and it did land on heads. So I
Yeah,
don't know
no
what does that.
shit.
What does that prove?
It proves I made a statement under this contest that it could happen. You could do it too. Visualize it.
But that's not going to help me win at
Yeah, but
fucking
you
gambling,
can't
man.
do it where it does it
Don't
10
use it for
times in
fucking
a
monetary
row,
gain.
buddy.
Yeah, you can.
You
I've
can't
done it.
purposely flip a
I've,
coin on
as a
heads
little
10
kid, I've
times
done
in a
it over
row.
100 times in a row. I'm not even joking with you.
But then there's that one time where it doesn't happen, right?
It doesn't matter. Fucking
That's when
add
you
up
put
the
your money
numbers.
down.
This is
It
beyond
does matter.
probability.
It does matter.
Probability is a theory, just like all scientific theory.
Yes, I
That's why they
know
call
it's
it
a
a
theory.
theory.
That's what we're saying. It's a
All right.
theory.
So there's
And
ways
that's
Right.
around it.
why when it happens, when it goes out of the theory, it's variance. And we can prove that. Because if you
You can't
flip a
prove
coin,
anything. You can't
listen
even
to me,
prove that you're alive
listen to
right
me,
now.
listen to
Cage,
me,
easy. Jesus
listen to me
Christ,
very
man.
carefully. Listen to me. If it's the same thing with the blackjack, right? The casino has a 1% edge. We all know that. Can you beat the casino if you play 5 hands? Yes or no?
You'll
I
be.
don't know. Tell me.
I'm telling you. You know,
Of
casino.
course.
You know.
But
Hold
if
on.
you play
Hold
1,500
on.
hands of blackjack, you can't beat the casino. And if you
Yes, you
do,
can.
it's because you're lucky. It's
No, there's no
variance.
luck. Luck does
Yeah,
not
no, he's
exist.
right. He's right.
It's
Luck
that.
does
I've paid
not
And
attention
exist.
to this
listen,
enough
people
with
don't
gambling
Hold
understand
addicts.
on.
this
If you look at the
concept. That's
neuro,
why
hold
they
on.
get in
Hold on.
trouble with the gaming shit. They don't
Okay, of course
understand this.
you're not gonna want to be involved with it. That's why I don't gamble. First of all, second of all, you know
Yeah,
you
but
can
listen,
run.
it's
Hold
not
on. You can
about
run an
gambling.
electromagnetic field through solenoids, which they run through the casino in order to hinder people's abilities to,
Oh yeah,
manifest reality.
absolutely. They're creating a ton of fucking interference patterns in
You can
casinos.
do that, and they're
That's
doing it.
fact.
They
Yeah.
know
Yeah,
about
of
it.
course
No,
they
they're
are. Yeah, they.
not. They
Yes,
don't
they
need to
are.
do
We
it,
can
you
go. We can
fucking
go.
retard. They
Oh my!
have a built-in edge. They have the
Yeah, no, you're
1%
right.
edge.
They
You're
do
both
They
through
right,
don't
but
their.
need to manipulate anything. They already are beating you.
Okay, but not
right,
certain
right. Yeah,
people
I know that's
don't
true.
don't conform to that mindset you've been brainwashed into. And
No, I'm
yeah,
not
they can. They can go
brainwashing. I'm
rinse. They
telling
can
you,
go.
I
They
have
can
a
go in there and
real
rinse them every time.
understanding of what's going
All
on.
right.
That's what I'm telling you. I
Okay,
have
but
a
I'm saying
real
you can
understanding.
generate a magnetic field through a solenoid and put that through the entire thing.
But
Here's free
why would
drinks.
you do that if I already have a
Because you
1%
want to profit
edge?
off a bunch of retards. That's why.
But you don't need to do that. It's not you don't need to rig the game. You
Well, it
don't need to
depends. But
do
but
that.
then you get certain people that understand this, and
All right,
yeah, you
guys.
And
lose everything.
yeah, this is
Sorry,
going
sorry.
nowhere.
We're
But
gonna have to shift a little bit away from gaming because it just fucking bores me to death. But yeah, so the U.S. has not declared war since World War II. It says, and on February 28th, the United States and Israel began launching attacks against various targets in Iran. This came after weeks of negotiations over limiting their nuclear program and the reach of their military. Mr. T referred to the campaign as a major combat operation and mentioned the possibility of U.S. casualties, which we've already seen a few. And so, yeah, they're not formally at war with Iran. Now, there has been a story in the news along the lines with this that a little girls' school was bombed supposedly, and like 200 students lost their lives. Did you guys hear about that?
yeah, no, that is horrible. And I mean,
Now, what do you think is the causation behind that? They think that where did the bomb come from? Some people are blaming the U.S., but a lot are saying that it was a failed Iranian launch. And so they tried to launch a missile, and it just basically fell on top of their own school, and it was right out of a naval department.
unfortunately, no one would really be able to know unless they were on the ground or had some sort of inside information. And the
Right,
truth is that there's all sorts of like propaganda and stuff, so you really can't trust any of it. But
right. The
um,
fog of war.
if in terms of the Iran stuff, I don't really know. I really think a lot of it is caused by like the Epstein news and stuff.
In part, it seems to be related, right? Like the Epstein file
I
releases,
mean,
and then all the scrutiny
yeah,
coming on to the elite, and then suddenly they're just battling, right? And I don't know
yeah,
why the news media is framing it as war when the U.S. hasn't made a declaration of war. They shouldn't be so flippant in the way they speak on
Okay,
television.
it's very flippant. Can you please? I put something in the. Can you put this up? Can we read it? Seriously, because this is where I'm
Maybe,
getting
maybe
into.
not. I don't know.
No,
Is it?
or
No,
go and
no, I'm not
screen
gonna
it.
do that.
What do you
I'm not
mean,
gonna. I'm not gonna click on random websites, man. I'm sorry.
bro? This is.
No.
It's not a random
I
website.
mean,
It's
you
from
could just
fucking. It's
read it
from a
real
government
quick.
website. Okay,
Is it
so
back
it
to
says
gaming or something? What?
no. It says the concept
Okay.
of wholeness or oneness refers to not only humans but also all of creation. This is from government fucking shit. Similarly, consciousness may not wholly exist inside the human brain. One consciousness could permeate the whole universe as limitless energy, thus human consciousness. Therefore, here, would you like to click it and show what I'm
No,
showing? This is
cut him
not.
off. He's going back to this
What do you?
fucking shit.
No, this is how things are working. If you don't want to accept it, I don't know. You're fucking asleep.
I
Fine.
understand the hermetic principle of,
It's not about the kinetic or
yeah,
hermetic
no,
principle.
it is. It's the same thing. I know what you're talking
No, but
about.
your modern science and what you're basing your little quote company on is based on this without them knowing it.
Yeah,
You're
but
It's
you
just
don't have to
not.
you're
diminish. You
leveraging
don't
it.
It's
have to
not.
diminish it, Cage. Just let him express his idea. We're here to share information,
All right,
not to,
so should I
not to.
continue?
You.
Frank,
No,
he's
no,
just
no.
going
Go ahead.
back to the thing. He's just going
What
back to it.
thing?
So he's trying to say that I really don't understand what he's trying to say,
It's
but
all with the mind, bro.
yeah, he's trying to say like
Um.
the games are rigged with the mind. Is that
Go
right,
up.
sir? Is that the right idea of what you're saying?
Yeah, and the problem is here. This is part of the problem that the ideal number of people to have conversations is typically two, and when there's a third person involved, awareness fragments. People platform for social standing, and energy dissipates into consensus making. So
So Frank, wait,
uh,
what is that you're reading and who made
it's a
it?
post. It's
Okay,
I made
can
it.
you
I
please,
compiled
Frank?
it.
Frank, can
It's a
you
post
please?
on my channel here. No, I can't.
It says
It's
if
the
we're
100-day
going.
challenge and something I'm bringing forward called the Rastafarian conversation model. And so I
Yeah,
want
and wait,
people
wait,
to.
wait. What is that? Is that your idea?
Yeah, it's my idea, but it comes from the teachings of Carlos Castaneda.
It comes from a bunch of different things that he's claiming bro.
Yeah, I'm not claiming. This is what this is what I'm genuinely
He's
living and
presenting it.
experiencing. Yeah, yeah. And
What have
so
you learned on your own?
without these here's what I've learned, Cage. Without these fundamental principles in play, you're battling to control his energy and dominate the conversation to some extent. And that's not what I don't that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here for you to argue with him about the hermetic principles.
I'm not
You can bring them
arguing with
forward and
anybody.
no, you are.
I never even mentioned that
You
word.
are. You directly told him that he's brainwashed and that his fundamental understanding is somehow wrong.
I said most people are brainwashed with this model that's being given.
So be
to them.
careful
All
with
right.
that. Don't say that. That's not what's
It's
going
it's
on.
okay.
He's trying to
Well,
present ideas, you're trying to present ideas, and then I'm trying to synthesize those ideas. Antithesis, hypothesis, and synthesis.
Hegelian dialect or whatever. Right?
Well, the scientific method. Yeah, I'm trying to learn and
All right,
benefit and
so
find
here's some
the upshot
scientific,
and
actual
value.
stuff that validates what you're saying that I put in the
But
private.
yeah, I know. But at the same time, if you truncate him, then or try to diminish him, then that's not going to be helpful.
And it also explains the gating theory and how it's all operating. But if you don't want to look
oh
at it,
my
it's up to you.
God. So Frank, let me say a couple of things here. One about the post. So I
Yeah, go
think
ahead,
that's
please.
interesting because when I read that, or when I was reading it / listening to you present it, it to my mind, the reason, so like the reason, or like how it all came about, is this guy or two guys, whoever it was, they sat down and they were having conversations, and they go, this just isn't working. Like, we cannot communicate with these people. We need to write out something simple and logical so that everyone can follow. But for me, a lot of it is just common sense, and just it serves as a good reminder on how to conduct yourself in
Yeah, well,
communication.
fundamentally, I agree with you that it should be common sense, but a lot of people lack this common sense, and as a result, conversations degenerate into energetic battles. So yeah, this was Carlos Castaneda, and he was working with Don Juan, who was a shaman, an energetic shaman, and he was teaching him about the energy egg and the attention point and the fixation of the attention point, and then breaking free from a patterned attention point, or breaking out of trance, and not just doing things to do those things. And if those, and then also at the same time observing the chi. So if you haven't had some energy work, like if you don't know some of the ideas associated with the way the energy egg works, and then like watching it play out as people actually interact. Obviously, we're in the cyber realm, so it's a little different, but we're still pushing and pulling energy across the dark mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And so my point is that like the energy frequencies will change when they tend to radiate more like blue to green and that type of spectrum. Then
now
we'll
we're
be
getting
able
into
to,
okay.
yeah, we'll grow the energy, will become like a cone, like a vortex of energy that we can all charge up from, and the conversation will feel very lively. But then if you start to try to dominate or like change the energy for that another person is expressing, rather than just accepting it and then trying maybe to build on it or do something else with your own expression, then it starts to tend towards red or orange. So you're oscillating basically from the pillar of severity and the pillar of mercy. And so I've, for my specific particular interaction with this realm, I want to do it within the pillar of mercy, or the middle pillar. And I want to try to avoid, at least in our conversations, I want to avoid any injurious energetic work towards each other. And so I know that Cage is a bit of a fighter, and sometimes he likes to bring the energy of Mars and a little bit of combative energy, which is fine, but I want that to be somewhat mitigated. That's all I'm trying to do.
Wow, that was really wise. And
I get it. I got a phone call. I'll be back. And yeah, thank
Okay,
you
yeah, blessings,
for saying
Cage,
all that.
blessings.
I'm gonna
Always welcome,
rejoin.
brother.
I'm gonna rejoin. I'll be
Yeah,
back
yeah,
in 10
absolutely,
minutes.
absolutely. You always have a
Nice.
place here, Cage. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
yeah, and I also wanted to say, like, a lot of my job is involves what you just said, where I'm communicating with people, and it's very difficult. And like this conversation that I just had, like on live, was a good example of what I go through. Because people have these ideas and they're very stuck to them, and obviously I can't go into as much detail as I am with the customers, even though I obviously could. And if and obviously, like, even if I were to speak to them, I probably wouldn't be able to get my point across as good as I would want to,
Yeah,
for
what kinds of
whatever
things do you have?
reason.
What kinds
But
of things do you have to
you
deal with when
know
you're doing customer
that
service?
was just a good example of people having an understanding. And it kind of ties into what was said in the excerpt there, but not really, because with the gambling stuff, you're really dealing with a third energy or entity in itself. And
Yeah, we could
yeah,
try to get
people
his
get real
head
wrapped up
around
in it.
the concept he was trying to bring forward to. He says the concept of wholeness or oneness refers not only to human beings. Can you see it on the screen there? Can you hear me? Free gift from God? Hello? I don't think you can hear me. Okay, I think yeah, I lost free gift from God. Maybe he'll jump back up. I lost both Cage and free gift from God. That's okay. Okay, yeah, he is back. Yeah, King of Hell, can you hear me okay?
Sorry. Yep, before I couldn't, but now I can.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, the idea he was trying to bring forward is this. I guess it's nih.government.com, and it comes from quantum and electromagnetic fields in our universe and our brain. So, are you familiar with this idea?
Not necessarily, but I do get the concept of what he's saying, and I do think it's interesting in the context of what he was bringing it into
I
because
didn't understand what his upshot was though. Was he trying to present the idea that we can use magic and visualization to
yep.
control the outcome in gambling?
Yeah, that's what he was saying, but honestly, like maybe you could. I mean, like I said, there's people that know what they're doing and this is what they do for a living and they play slots for a living, right? I know
Yeah,
it
I think
sounds
there are people.
crazy.
Go ahead.
No, my bad. But I know it sounds crazy and like a lot of people can't understand it and it it's really like this what we're talking about, it involves so many things in terms of math, science, psychology, mental health, all of the communication, all of these concepts are really put into one thing here. And as we go more into the future, as the gaming industry evolves and gets bigger, there's going to be more laws and regulations, and our understanding of what's going on is going to expand. And so, yeah, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, and I don't know. I I'm a firm practitioner of qigong and magic and stuff like that, and the energy can be built up over a period of time so that it can discharge like lightning, right? So static electricity builds up, and if you practice qigong over a long time and you swallow and convert all of that energy, you will increase the electromagnetic field of like your aura, and it can discharge on things like when we practice. I'll give you an example of this. When we practice iron palm training, we put so much chi and development into the hands in iron palm training that occasionally you'll be walking by like through the house or whatever, and you'll just accidentally hit a doorknob and there'll be like an electrical discharge and it will knock the doorknob off of the door. Right, it'll just be a really powerful bam, like your hand will hit the fucking doorknob and you just knock the whole goddamn doorknob off. So this is a really common phenomena. Another really common phenomena in qigong is that when you're outdoors practicing in the park or whatever, like birds will try to hit the top of your head because they can see and feel the energy of the qi gathering at the Bai Hui center on the top of the head. And if you're very sensitive in Tai Chi, then after cultivating that energy for a number of years, the bird won't attack your head anymore because we're developing combative energy, right? They see it as combative and so they try to attack it. But the bird will actually land on your head and just sit there and meditate while you practice Tai Chi. And so this is like a super common phenomena among Qigong practitioners.
I do
So
want to
it's
comment about some of the
yeah,
things you
go ahead.
said there because I had experiences, not like what you were saying, but like I knew a guy who was building an energy grid, which sounds like crazy, but and it was manifesting in different ways, and it was a dark energy though.
Okay. Well, yeah, the energy we're dealing with in Chinese kung fu anyway, like in like Tai Chi and those types of practices, Qigong, should all be very beneficial and like light and beautiful. And like when a sage is coming into town and he's been a long time practitioner, purple clouds will gather in the sky and there'll be beautiful sunsets and stuff like that. So yeah, this is all physically based. You just have to know basic systems of breathing and movement and storing and moving of the energy. For me personally, in my practice, I've summoned lightning 3 different times, like direct expression of lightning from my own practice. I once broke up a sandstorm. I think I told you about that story one time. Master Ni would talk about casino gamblers, some Chinese casino gamblers who can gather chi for a long time. Then they'll take just a little bit of money and walk into a casino and have a big win and then just take it all and bail. But yeah, you can get in trouble for that too. Like the casino can find out when someone's like a big winner and has like a random, like you would call it just like a lucky streak, right? They just got lucky. but it's not entirely based on lucky. It's also based on their personal cultivation, like the timing's right. He said there are certain qigong practitioners who live in casinos and just live off the free room and boarding and food and water, and that's just what they do. They're Chinese magicians, and they live in casinos and they win occasionally. They only win enough to they don't go too far where the casino is going to get angry and throw them out, but they just hang out there and enjoy the energy of the place.
Yeah, no, there are definitely people like that out there. I know in China, like gambling is like super big and a part of the culture, and some of the best gamblers ever in the world come from China. So I have a lot of respect for the Asians, and anytime I play poker with, Asian people, they are very advanced and for some reason, and they're very good, and there's a lot of Indians as well that like to play, and I do respect them on the poker table. And as far as the energy thing goes, I do believe in that, and there's also other guys like Neem Karoli Baba who have publicly committed miracles in front of people, like doing all types of stuff. So I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. And additionally, I knew this guy who he was a psychic vampire basically, and he was a good guy though. And
Yeah, we've talked about this in the past. I recall.
we have
If
talked
if
about
if,
this.
if yeah, if I recall correctly.
And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I have seen, I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but I've seen direct results in real life, and it was from whatever he was doing. I just know it was. And that sounds crazy, and a lot of people wouldn't believe me, but the only reason why I give it so much merit is because my cat was seeing whatever I was seeing or whatever was there. And
Yeah, and cats are more sensitive to a broader light spectrum than we are. So yeah, they can observe a little more, as well as some of their other sensitivities, hearing and smelling, are more refined than the average everyday individual. Yeah, there's something to it. I wouldn't discount the multi-model approach, though, either. Like what you were saying earlier, people who learn those systems and learn the mathematic probability, they're just going to naturally be better at it. Like if we take blackjack, for example, a card counter that's really professional and been doing it for decades, obviously he's going to know how to win far superior to, your everyday average individual. And like Baccarat, the Chinese guys who play Baccarat, I've noticed a lot of them play Baccarat. Or mini Baccarat. I'm not sure which one it's called.
yeah, but you know what? That doesn't mean they can't lose, right?
No, they
So
lose quite often. Yeah,
exactly.
they lose as
So
well.
that's
And I think
important
you're
to say because there's other people listening, and it's so easily for people to be influenced, especially when you start talking about gambling, and it's just so easy to
yeah, that's
convince
why
people.
like with that conversation, I don't know much about it, and I've never really gotten involved in it because I did have a brother who really, I think he suffered a lot from it. Like he did a lot too much gaming, and lost his house, lost his kids, lost his
Yeah.
wife, lost everything. And so
Yeah,
I think
you
that's
have
kind
to
of
be
a bad way to go.
disciplined. You have to be disciplined, and it's the worst way to go. And that's why I don't want other people to hear what this guy's saying, and then they try to go out
And
and
do
do
that, yeah.
whatever they think. And you know what? A lot of people might think like I'm being, but I'm not. And I see it every day. And there are so many people with gambling problems, and it's not because they have a gambling problem. A lot of the times, it's because they're very lonely, or they don't have a path for their life, right? Um,
Right.
so it's important to really approach these things with a lot of logic and a solid understanding of what's going on, because this stuff can really get a hold of you, and it's not your fault. We're human, right? We're all human, and it happens to everybody, to even the best gamblers in the world. People that have been in this industry for 30 years and made millions and millions of dollars, and this is their profession, they still fall to these sorts of things. So
Yeah,
just be
and,
careful.
and And that too, like them presenting it as a part of the popular culture, and then like sometimes propping up those multi-million-dollar poker winners, and then doing the big games on TV and stuff. Like this might give them a false sense of security that they can engage at any level and be profitable, because you can't. Like you were saying a little while ago, is that the house. What is the word? What do people say? The house always wins, right? In the long run.
Exactly, and to some extent that is true. It's unfortunate to say, but there is ways to beat it, and there are ways to gamble responsibly, where you can even just be a break-even gambler, where you really honestly don't lose any money, and or you lose a irrelevant amount.
Right,
So
like if you have a certain amount of disposable income that you could use each week or month or whatever for doing a little gaming, I don't see anything wrong with that, as long as, like you said, you are disciplined and you're not going into the bank or going into debt, or pawning the wife and kids and and the family home and car and shit, and then digging into your grandma's jewelry in order to finance it all, right? That's when it becomes a problem. And that's true with anything. People, who use drugs recreationally or engage in any type of fetish, like collections, people collect cards and books and stuff like
oh
that.
my god,
There's all
this
different kinds of
person's gonna
ways
hit the
to
car.
what's that?
Nothing. There's
Something.
about to be a car accident right in front of my car, but
You're not.
um,
Are you driving or are you chilling? Something
nah,
going
I'm
on
chilling.
IRL?
But I'm
Okay.
chilling. But you're right, and another thing is like the economy is so horrible, and everything is so expensive. Like gambling is becoming even more of an issue, right? And
I can imagine.
a
Yeah.
lot of people, believe it or not, like and it's different if you're 23, 24 years old. Like, okay, you gamble your last $100. Like, it's
But yeah,
really,
you're out there grinding too, and you're full-time employed.
yeah, like it's hard to equate it to, rather than someone who was born in 1976 and they've with they're negatively withdrawing from their account to gamble. It's just really, really bad. And, you know, it's just hard to really pinpoint where people are and where they should be and who has a problem and who doesn't. So
Yeah.
it's not something that I really wanted to talk to you about so much, but that is my job, and I'm looking to pivot
No.
away
Yeah.
from it.
Yeah, I wanted to get up to speed with you and see what was going on. So that's good. I'm glad. And the fact that, Cage had some information, some experience with it. Like I said, me personally, I really don't know much about it. I've been to the casino, I don't know, maybe 15 times in my entire life. I remember the first time I went, I wasn't even 18 years old. I think I was 17. And I went with a group of guys, and the guy's dad, I think, drove, and there was like, I don't know, like maybe 5 or 6 of us, and we all went to Vegas and hung out. I did pretty well. I think I took like, I don't know, like $100 with me, and I ended up leaving with like 300 or something. So I thought it was kind of
Wow,
fun.
that's really good.
Yeah, and I was there for 3 days. So yeah, by the end of the time, I had
Wow.
managed to. I only actually went into the
Oh,
games a few times though. Like I won a couple of times, and then I just went and chilled and like watched some shows and hung out in the hotel room and got drunk and did some other
exactly.
things
And
like.
that basically, believe it or not, that's exactly what the conversation that I just had. Like, you played a couple hands, you won, and you stopped. Like, yeah,
Right.
the more you play, the more you're gonna lose. Like, it's just it, or unless you're lucky. Like, it just is what it is. And
Yeah, I took a Chinese guy one time from went a little later, like I think I was in my mid-20s, and I went another time because one of my Chinese friends, he really wanted to go, but it was like a 2-hour drive from where we were, and so I'm like, yeah, I'll drive. And the casino had been sending me free coin in the mail because I had visited a couple of times over the years, and so I had like an $80 coupon or whatever, plus like a free stay in the hotel. And so I'm like, yeah, I'll take you to the casino. And I went there, I was going to try to turn that 80 into something. And I think I ended up winning a couple of $100 off my 80. And then I stopped and I just watched him the whole time. He ended up dropping 10 grand that weekend. And by the end of it, he was like so fucking like just hurt spiritually and physically and financially. He was like eating his hat and crying and begging me to give him $100 or whatever. You know, he's like, just give me 20, give me 20. I wouldn't give him a single dime. I said, I agreed with you before we came that I said, I told you I had like $80 in coupons or something. I said, this is all I'm gambling. If I win, I'm keeping it. I'm like, absolutely. There's no way you're getting a loan out of me. I just watched you drop like 10 grand in like, it just took him probably like 6 or 8 hours or something. But yeah, it was very humbling to watch someone so consumed by it and so broken at the end of it. Yeah, it was kind of sad. He's like, I just dropped my last, he said he dumped his like last 6 months of work or whatever. And he's like, no, I got nothing to send him. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? I told you like 6 hours ago to fucking give it up. You know, once he was like $500 in the hole, I'm like, you should probably quit. And he's like, no, I can get it back. I can get it back. I'll go another 5.
Yeah, that's
I'll go
crazy.
another 5.
That's
Then he's like, you know, take me to the ATM again. I want to pull out $2,000. I'm like, you're fucking out of your mind, bro. I'm like, you're gonna drop another $2,000. He's like, it's all right. I'll pull out another 5, just over and over and over again. I'm like, I'm watching you. I'm like, you don't see me sitting here watching you? What the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
Anyway, he had his fun, and I drove him back, and he was crying. I thought he was gonna physically attack me too, because he started getting kind of angry and shit. And I'm like, bro, I will fucking whoop your ass. I will leave you on the side of the road, broken, if you don't chill. But yeah. So yeah, and again, like that was with a friend, you know, with my brother too. Like I had to watch it from more of a distant vantage point though, because we had already kind of moved to different cities and shit. So I just heard the news kind of, you know, through the grapevine and stuff. But yeah, he ended up losing his house and like his business and everything. He's doing all right now. He's like recovered from it, but he's still got that fucking itch. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
He could be back up on top of everything. You know,
It's
he's got his
something to
trucks
do with the
running.
personality or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Because
and there's a lot to it. I'm sure you do know, like you've looked into it a little bit, like that random, what is it, the random payout, like the fact that you do occasionally win, like reinforces the addiction.
yeah, it's just hard. Yeah, man, you got to be disciplined. I don't really know. I mean, I'm not an expert, but you know, I haven't. It's hard to like. You know, I've made mistakes, but I'm a young. It was when I was really younger. You know, and thankfully I didn't have any money where I'm like spending it where it's like a problem. But yeah, you know, you just learn to take breaks and I don't know. I mean, it really just depends what you play, you know, and how you're doing it. It's the habits. It just comes down to your habits. If you got to put yourself in check, you can't just do stupid shit.
Yeah, I got you. And I wanted to give a little shout out to Sirius B in the chat room if you're still out there. I was going to say if you wanted to jump on and chat with us, feel free to hit the link. Or if you wanted to have a more private conversation and wait around a little bit until after the show, I would definitely be willing to chat with you. Me and Sirius had spoken a while ago, and we're due for a conversation. So I was just putting that out there, free gift from God, to let her know. Yeah. So what else has been going on, man? That sounds like kind of a big deal, like shifting careers and kind of doing something new. And it's been probably about that long since I've spoken to you, like last spring, maybe, right?
Yeah,
Has it been that long?
it hasn't been that
It's been a
long,
little while.
um, but yeah, just trying to get another different job, different industry. But I don't know. I mean, it's I gotta make a move. I mean, it's yeah, man. I mean, the job that I have now, I definitely can't do it much longer. It's not sustainable. I don't know how people are even doing it. I don't even know how people. It's just fucking crazy, honestly. It's
Is it
crazy.
kind of like is it like are you employed as what do they call that? Like independent contractor? Is that the type of gig it is?
No, 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 no. No, not in this case. But we do have people like that. But
Oh, okay. So it's like
not in this
a
case.
a regular wage job, like you get an hourly wage and shit.
Yeah, I do. And dude, they just. I mean, I don't know. Like the way that they schedule me, it seems like they just want me to burn out and quit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is
They're just
probably true, partially.
human resources, right? Yeah. Yeah, if you could shift to something that's more like salubrious to your own peace of mind and physical well-being and make more money, that would be way better. Like insurance, I think, is probably a pretty good racket if you get in with the right team. I had an uncle, my dad's younger brother, in fact, who was a big insurance guy, and yeah, he became very, very profitable and made a lot of money and was very wealthy. So I think insurance can be one path to a good life.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. And it's never gonna go away. And it just is what it is. I mean, um, but yeah, like
What angle would you be looking at? Like sales and new contracts and stuff and getting people to invest?
no, I just want to get any job at first. And then if I can, have the opportunity to grow and move up, that would be nice.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, learning about the different ways people can invest in like life insurance, like long-term life insurance, I hear is one of the best ways to go, right?
I
What they
don't,
call whole life insurance.
I guess we have all of it. Like I don't want to say the company, but it's pretty big. And I guess we have all of it. I guess we have life insurance, home insurance, car insurance. But yeah. So I met this. I didn't meet this girl that I knew. I seen her at the bar or whatever, and I don't know what happened, but she was like, "I will." She was basically like, "I'll refer you," and Jesus Christ, sorry, I'm looking at this. And so like I was like, it was kind of so. Let me just. I kind of got this idea where I was like, okay, I made this plan. I made this plan, and I've been stacking up my PTO days. So I have 25 days in PTO. Well, let me check. Yeah, 200 hours, 25 days in PTO, right? And my plan was, okay, I'm going to stack up all the PTO that I can because it accrues over time and then use it strategically to interview and land a job, or because I have like a few places in mind, like I said, and or I was also going to apply back to school because to get a master's degree, because I feel like I can't even get a job that's good enough with the degree that I have. And I was just thinking like maybe I could get a master's degree and do an internship, and then maybe I'll have like more success down that path. And then I didn't meet this girl, I knew her. We were talking, whatever, a bunch of me and a bunch of my friends were all talking, and then like one thing led to another. And she was like, I can get you a job, I'll refer you. So
Oh,
I got her number, and I updated my resume and I sent it to her, and and then we were going back and forth, and she was like, okay, just let me know when you're gonna apply, and then, I'll add her as the referral, and then she'll put in a word for me, which is really nice of her and really good. And
yeah.
it's like kind of weird because I had like all this stuff in my mind, about like, and I specifically wanted to, like one of my goals was specifically to get hired at this company.
So you know
So
something about the company, like it's a reputable company, well established and so on.
yeah, it's a really good company. Like, dude, if I got the job there, it'd be so good. Like, it would just look so good for everything. It would just be so good.
Yeah, yeah.
And
That's good.
yeah, man. And it was just weird because I was just going through this time where like I don't know what's gonna happen. But yeah.
Yeah, well, that's good magic. Have you still been doing some of your like fundamental practices and stuff and exploring magical realms? And I know that Angela Puka, Dr. Angela Puka here on YouTube, she had done an interview with Peter J. Carroll recently. I guess it was last
Really?
year. Yeah.
Oh, then I probably seen it.
She did an interview with Poke Runyon too, and Don Milo Duquette, I believe is his
Yep.
name.
Yeah, I know about him.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So she's kind of interviewed the last 3 living magicians of that era.
Yeah, that is cool, actually.
I'm not sure how many more are left. Those are the only ones that have come forward. McKenna passed recently, right?
Who?
Terrence McKenna. Is that his name?
Wait a minute.
I think he
I
died
think
just
he's been
recently.
dead.
Oh, he's been dead for a while? Okay.
Wait, let me see.
He's not one of my
Oh yeah,
favorites
he's
anyway.
been dead. He's been dead for a while. Since
Okay.
2000, since the year 2000. And he died young, 53.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Wait a
So, yeah,
minute.
46 to 2000 April. Yeah, you're right. 43 years old. Or 53. Is that 53? Yeah, 53.
Yep.
Yeah, that shit'll happen, man. I'm right there. 54 this year.
Wow. See, he was young, bro. What the
Yeah, that's too
fuck?
young, man. I feel like a fucking kid. It's like, what are you talking about?
Oh my
Die.
god, he had brain cancer.
Look at me. Look at me. Yeah. I'm like, I ain't gonna die anytime soon. What you talking about, baby? What's up? Guess to keep living, man. I'm going for the long game.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
See myself 100 years old walking around the garden, practicing my kung fu. You never know, though, right? You never know. Like there's always tragedy and accident. There's just random shit that happens. You gotta just and fucking live every day like it's you're always living on borrowed time, is what they say.
Do you know
But
how
yeah,
he died?
how did he? You said he had brain cancer. Is that right?
Yeah. And he was only for 1 year he was diagnosed.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's a
1999.
big deal. Hits you hard once you get the news, right? Yeah. Might play into something what Cage was talking about a moment ago. Yeah,
Exactly.
it looks like he was doing a lot of psilocybin mushrooms, ayahuasca, DMT. A lot of folks are getting into that, man. They're talking about their Joe Rogan experience and playing with lasers and lava lamps and shit. I personally, I think it's a little bit, yeah. I don't know. Maybe you can make some spiritual breakthroughs, but none of that seems to be lasting. Like if you get a breakthrough through like a psychoactive substance, it's very temporary. If you make your breakthroughs through magical path working and qigong and kung fu and stuff like this, or even like with a musical instrument, it's going to be much longer lived and somehow more valuable to your life force.
So
Whereas just
one
blasting your
thing,
brain away on drugs and hanging out with what do they call them, the mantis aliens for a little while, I don't think that's going to be of any benefit to anyone. Go ahead.
I was gonna say one thing about when I took mushrooms, like like with other people, they would cry. But like we wouldn't really be talking about anything. Like literally, like we wouldn't even be talking about anything that would trigger them to cry at all. We were just chilling like me and you are now, and maybe even the conversation was even more shallower than right, but and they would cry, and I would also cry when I take mushrooms, but so I do think there is
Okay.
something there, but you just have to focus on that and build off of that and not take mushrooms anymore because or cut that off for the long moment because but there is people that you would never think that would have these, it's clear that they're having these introspective thoughts and they're honestly probably seeing themselves, not literally, but from a third point of view.
Yeah. And again, Castaneda talks a lot about it. They were smoking mushrooms and then like ingesting them, like the pipe they used. When you put the mushroom mixture, it was a mixture of tobacco, magic mushrooms, and I think cannabis. And so they would make this mixture that they would partially smoke and partially ingest, and in the tradition that he was learning. And then it would what it does is it shifts the attention point in the energy egg so that you can wake up to new realms. And obviously there is that effect. But yeah, so they used it in microdosing forms over long periods of time in his shamanistic practice. For me personally, I would partake but I would do it in a ritualistic fashion. I would use all the accoutrement of the magician and set up the temple and then do prayer and path working and ritual and then ingest it at a certain point and then, maybe have a little bit of a fellowship and a party with some other, party favors and stuff like that. Like I told you, I went to the initiation ceremony for Poke Runyon at his temple in Silverado, California. And so he did the entire initiation ritual for some new neophytes coming into his OTA. And so, yeah, I think that a little bit of microdosing on mushrooms would have been perfect for that type of setting. Because everyone was dressed up in regalia. We had an actress girl, young, beautiful woman who played Isis. And then Frater Solomon did the part of Baal. And then there was another one who did Astarte. No, she wasn't Isis. She was Astarte. So it was Baal and Astarte.
This is a perfect segue. I been meaning to ask you about this. So
yeah, go ahead.
There's been a lot of talks about Baal connected with Jeffrey Epstein. And there's a lot of people, for example, Alex Jones did a podcast with Duncan Trussell, and it was released yesterday. And they were talking about the Goetia. And in the Epstein files, I don't know if this is true or not, but
yeah, he had a bank account named Baal.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of that?
There's a huge pantheon of culture surround. So Baal and Astarte are Canaanite gods, right? That predated the Jehovah. And so the Catholic Church obviously turned them into demons. They weren't demons before. They were, the god and goddess of the Canaanite tradition. And that's been vilified by the Christian Church, obviously, because they have the one monotheistic God that they want to promote. As far as like Epstein's connection with Baal and like the secret societies of,
well, it's clear that he had this sort of same philosophy, right? Or he had this same train of thought, and he was aware.
Maybe he ran in some of the same circles. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can't be sure.
Right. I don't think he was a Freemason. So I'm going to look it up right now if there's any information on that. Was Jeffrey Epstein a Freemason? Because it doesn't seem like he had any of the traits of a Mason, right? So I don't think he was initiated into anything really. The temple on Epstein Island wasn't widely known. You don't prefer him as a social mythos. Yeah, I don't know that there's any information that supports the idea that he was initiated as in Freemasonry or Rosicrucianism or any of that type of thing. And that type of behavior is not usually it's frowned upon in the occult circles that I've joined. Obviously, there's going to be some of that because sex magic is a huge part of magic, and so.
Well, yeah, and then that was my next point was. They were saying that it's just because so many people have these different concepts and ideas about what is what, kind of similar to what we were talking about before with the gambling, and
older guys, practitioners that want a young charge of energy. They might want to copulate with younger women in order to get some of their hormonal energy in order to make themselves more youthful, which is prevalent in Chinese mysticism and Taoism as well. but I would say in my tradition, the tradition I've been a part of, I think that sex should only occur between consenting adults, and I don't think that that's really like appropriate to obviously, right? Um, but then again, there's the age of consent varies from place to place, right? So it can go, I imagine that can go as young as like 16, 17, 18 or whatever, which I think personally would be inappropriate for me in my practice. I'm married, so I'm mostly just monogamous. But if I were to interact with a younger gal and she wanted to do some sexual kung fu or something, or we were both agreed and we're consenting adults, I would think at my age, 54, I don't think it should be any younger than like, I don't know, maybe mid 30s, something like that.
Yeah,
But I would definitely get a blast of vitality from that. But I would also be able to utilize it over a long enough curve that it would benefit me in a way. Like there's a tradition of taking a second younger wife, and even within the Chinese systems, they think that a successful older guy that's already raised a family should take on what's called a little third, or a xiaosan, a little three, which means that he takes a mistress in order to reinvigorate his passion for life again. But yeah, there's definitely something to it. I mean, it is what it is.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's a great perspective. And yeah, just it's funny because I've mentioned this guy before, Bobby Hemmett. He said the exact same thing you said about Baal, basically, and how they were the original gods, and then Christianity kind of demonized them and made them bad and stuff. But I really don't think that's the case. And then that was the basis of his whole theory that Jesus is really Satan. But
Okay.
and
Yeah,
how
I don't know. There may be something to that, right? Like, let me see. I'm not sure if I have it available, but yeah, I think I could pull it up real quick. I think this is really good. A lot of people, they'll say, oh, the Jews, the J Dogs, and the Freemasons are all up to really bad stuff. But I don't know. They're Freemasons in the OTA. They're like they kind of coexist, like Rosicrucianism, the Golden Dawn, Thelema, Masonry. It's all very closely related, and like the Crater Rapoa, Poke Runyon's entire system is based on some of the fundamental documents of Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism. And these are people that, in my tradition, what I understood until it became, because it only entered into the public conversation recently with like YouTube and stuff, right? But I've been practicing it since I was a teenager, and so all of these people that I adored and thought, like goetic demon work and like working with all of these entities and like these systems, these pantheons, was a beautiful part of a rich tapestry of a wonderful culture that attempted to blend all of these things. And then suddenly we're hearing, oh yeah, but it's the Freemasons that are, making all the, this global Illuminati and stuff like that and doing all the bad
yeah,
stuff.
a lot of people are associating Baal with Satanism, and that's just really, for the most part, not the case to my understanding. And
yeah, no, it's horseshit. And
because obviously I know Baal from the OTA and the Goetia, and I mean, I guess the Goetia is with the Goetia, but the Baal, it's funny because what I was just saying, Baal and Astarte is really Jesus and Mary, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah, Isis and Osiris, right? Yeah, so
exactly.
without a big enough perspective, yeah, then people fall into the idea that anything occulted, anything esoteric, anything pagan is evil because Christianity says that it is. And I guess people who follow the Bible and are Christian, that's fine and dandy for them, but it's obviously not the path we follow.
I guess that
So
would
like
make sense for them.
yeah, which is fine, it's okay. But you can see the difference. Like I can worship the elder gods, or not even worship them. I can just use them in my systems,
And
and it can be
Peter J. Carroll does say that the elder gods are dangerous. Like,
Oh
dabbling with
yeah,
that.
absolutely. Yeah, don't fuck around unless you're a trained magician. Stick with your Jesus, all right? I'm not advocating for anyone to get involved with Baal and Astarte unless, they've done some training.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting, and all these fucking people, and
Yeah, so I pulled up on the screen. I don't know if you can see it or not, but like the mission and vision basically of Masonry is that our loftiest ideals imaginable, the genius of humanity, doesn't reach its full potential unless we as human beings engage in the never ending quest to achieve the unachievable, know the unknowable, and explore the farthest reaches of our existence and our consciousness, right? It's this quest that makes us climb to the highest mountains, dive to the bottom of the oceans, reach out beyond the atmosphere, and to look, right? To look and know those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of the ineffable name, right? So if we ever become content and satisfied with the mediocre, the mundane, the commonplace, then we just destroy ourselves. Then the human race as it is will vanish. So like you can't find anything wrong in this, right? According to Masonry, it requires a deep belief in a supreme power, that's it, and then a sincere wish to do good, speak the truth, and live as an example to humanity without the bondage imposed by, because all beings, regardless of age, sex, race, or religion, are necessary to fulfill the mission of Masonry. Right. So I think that the highest ideals of Masonry, Rosicrucianism, Poke Runyon's system of magic, right? The Ordo Templi Astarte. I think all of these things can coexist. Even Christianity can coexist as long as the Christians can back off. And as long as Jesus is the only way to the Father for them, that's fine and dandy. But that's just a name, Jesus, right? In Hebrew, I guess it would be Yeshua. Right, it would be Jehovah with the advent of the Sheen or the S character in order to make it right, Yeshua. And there are no J's, right? So there's no Jesus. It's Yesu. But anyway, I mean, it's neither here nor there. That's up to them. But it's not necessarily everyone's path, and it doesn't have to be everyone's path. Illumitami, I don't know if you watch ever Chats with Jack. I'm sometimes on there. Have you ever watched it? Free Gift from God. I don't think you have because I've never seen you in the chat really. Oh, have you occasionally? Okay. It's kind of a fun thing, the panelverse.
I think you guys argue a lot, so it's like.
Yeah, they argue a lot. I don't go there with the intent to argue with Jack. And Jack, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about him. I love the guy, and I think that he's got a great platform. Because he's on there every day, pretty much. 2 to 3 hours at a time, which is kind of a big deal for people. That consistency. Having a place they can go every day and chat and fellowship.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're right.
Because me, fuck, I'm working 50 to 60 hours a week, man. I don't have time to fucking be online.
Yeah, it's hard. It's trust me, I know. I can't. I'm barely.
I mean, you're probably doing that too. Like you're in the grind, right? You're
man,
working full time and out there getting it.
It sucks because I just want to work towards something better, and I feel like I have more value to give, but I'm just not given the opportunity to do that. But I'm willing to work and put the effort in. It's just like I just can't tolerate like not even like just complete disrespect for everything that I am, and I don't think people are doing it on purpose, but like.
It's the system. It's intrinsically a part of the system. Yeah, so you've got to make those breakthroughs where you're lining up so that all the hours you're working benefit you to a greater return on investment, right?
Exactly.
And that they're quality, right? So not only is it...
It could be in different things. It doesn't have to be in money. It could be in opportunities or expanding my
absolutely.
skill set.
Quality of life. Yeah, expanding
Quality
your skill
of life,
set.
exactly. Right, but
Definitely.
when you schedule me and you make me work 8 days in a row and then 1 day off and then work again and then 2 days off, it's like you don't respect me. You don't respect my time. You don't even respect my life or anything. It's like, how can I live and be a person and then you work
and
8 days in a row?
And that type of pattern isn't investing in your long-term well-being. Yeah, so you got to be wary of that. And again, like you said, it might not be any given individual. It just might be that they have pressure from the system and they got to fill that hole, so they're just
and
like,
it's one
oh,
of
I got.
those things. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say they just got you and they can just keep pushing you into that gap until you break.
Yeah, and it's like one of those things where it's such a simple concept that I could literally talk about it for hours and hours and hours. Like, like how we're doing now. And you just mentioned, like, oh, it's not even good for your long term. It's not good for anything long term in terms of health, mental health, stability, growth, opportunity. Right. It doesn't serve any of those things. And matter of fact, it completely goes against all of those things. And without those things like opportunity, growth, longevity, stability, what is the point of me even working here, right? And then so yeah,
Yeah, no, you're right, and you have to like your average everyday individual who's in the grind is maybe not necessarily going to see that either, or not soon enough to make a good productive change. So now that you're wanting change and you've already experienced that thing, right? You're definitely going to find the better thing, and that will work out for you because you have the work ethic. And that's a huge part of it. A lot of people don't even have a fucking work ethic anymore. They're not even willing to work.
I know.
That's
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy, right?
and I
They
think
just want
people can
government
see
handouts.
that in my personality. Like you could just see that, and I'm glad that I'm able to say like, oh, I'm working all these days, and I'm just proving to myself that okay, you can do this. You can commit your. I mean, like not that because I played competitive soccer my whole life, so I know what it's like to be. I know exactly what it's like to be on a team and everyone's committed and on the same page and working towards one thing, and you're committed and you're putting a lot of time and energy and your life into this and making it work, and being one of the parts that work, right? Like you have a car, you need the steering wheel. If you don't have the steering wheel, the car won't drive, it won't work. And so that's the type of positions I've been in on these soccer teams or whatever, where it's like, you have a commitment to the team and to yourself and to but
Yeah, and it's a good analogy too. Like if you think about the car, of course, and the tires on the car, like the front wheels, if they're not aligned, then it destroys the tires. And so if like your opportunities in your job and stuff like the career path you're in is going against your better long-term development, then it's out of alignment. And so you need to bring that into par somehow, either more pushback at the workplace and be like, hey, you guys have to, we definitely have to establish a more consistent natural schedule for me, or it's just not going to work. I'm going to have to fucking leave, and go find something else. And
yeah,
then you got to make that
that
decision at some point,
and
right?
I wanted to kind of ask you about this because like I said before, like it's something that's so simple and I could keep going on and on about it. It's like why am I even saying this? Like these people know, they have access to my schedule, I work with them or whatever, and I'm gonna admit this as well. Like, I got in trouble at my job, and I swear to God, like, I'm not even really doing anything wrong. Like, and I'm not saying like they have no merit or whatever, but it's like, I'm not disrespectful to the customers. I'm not, rude to them. I'm not
It's
cursing at
funny how that
them.
works out too. I think I kind of know what you're talking about. Like you can do everything right 99% of the time, and if you make one little slight, then immediately they jump on that. It's like they'll ignore the fucking 150 days you just worked perfect with making no mistakes, and then when that little tiny blemish comes up, they're like all over it, like fucking stink on shit. Yeah, that's something
And
that you'll never
I even
overcome.
said I said in the meeting, I'm like, because they asked me like, oh, well, how did we get there? And I kind of explained them like, you know, I'm working these so many days, like, and you have access to my schedule and the supervisor, whatever. My boss even said like, oh, I see your schedule. I see that, which it's
Yeah.
like, okay, you see it, but like, and he's like, well, you need to say something or be pro. And it's like, no, I don't need to say anything. Like, you see it, you're seeing that it's a problem now. If you don't want to fix it, that's okay. But at this point, like, and I feel like for this example, and like, I don't know, maybe someone could hear this and resonate with it, but it's like, don't even say anything. Don't complain. Don't even let them know you're upset. Just work through it, make a request, but don't make a complaint, right? Make a request, but don't make a complaint. And and at a certain extent, like, the request only goes so far because the way things are set up and the what people can do and what's possible and what's not and what's sustainable and what's not and how many people you need and how many people the company will keep on to hire and pay. So, you know, it's not just as
Yeah,
simple as me saying something, right?
and they're they're running a company. They're supposed to have people in human resources that understand these things and are working closely with management in order to make sure that all of the scheduling and everything is within certain reasonable limits. Yeah, so that, like you said, they're creating their own problem by doing that, and then they're asking you what went wrong. It's like, fuck, you're the guys that set it up, you know. You should be ahead of the curve.
And
You're creating your own problems.
I really, like, it goes against everything, you know.
All logic and reason. Yeah, a lot
No,
of it
just
doesn't function with
to complain or even
Oh yeah, no,
whatever.
I agree with you.
It's not my style, and I'm never gonna do it. I've never done it, and I don't want to make excuses either. Like, I'm not trying to make excuses. I hate when people make excuses. Like, you made a mistake, you fucked up. It's probably because you're a fucking idiot, and now you have the opportunity to fix it and move on from it, right? That's how I treat myself, right? Like,
Yeah.
when I make a mistake, I make a mistake. Like, I make mistakes, and I don't care to an extent. Like, I'm not purposely making mistakes, but what I'm saying is I know that I'm giving 100% effort. I'm doing everything I possibly can. So if I make a
Well, yeah, and
mistake, it was inevitable.
yeah, and according to evolutionary tactics, if you want to grow really fast and like actually learn something well, then do that intentionally. Make more mistakes. The more mistakes you make, the faster you'll get dialed into center, right? Because those mistakes are things that don't work out, and then you'll figure out what does work out. Let's see, what did Edison, in order to make the right kind of light bulb, he had to burn through like 1,000 light bulbs that didn't work in order to find out the one light bulb that did work, you know? So yeah, you've got to make those mistakes, break them, be done with them, and then, move on.
Exactly.
Chalk it up
Man.
to experience and learning.
And at the end of the day, like, there's only so many things people can do, and it's either. And I said that, and I'm trying to be realistic and mature about it, and I'm just saying, like, hey, I made a mistake. This is what I'm doing to, not make those mistakes again. And also, this is what I have been doing to
Right.
correct it. It's not really working 100% clearly, but I'm taking things away, like,
And then at
that.
the same time, put the ball back in their park too, and then say, okay, and while we're here, let's discuss these other things, that there are these other failings. Anytime you're brought up for like chastisement or correction or something like that, you should from my experience as a more advanced career-minded person, I always put the ball back in their court. I say, okay, yeah, you're bringing this forward. Here's the 100 things that I haven't brought forward and I've worked to correct on the company's behalf, that you guys have all ignored and are consistent, enduring problems that I'm faced with all the time. And I'm going to, need these to be addressed as well. So like, don't just be left on the short end of the stick, as it were. Let them know, like, with the overscheduling and the overbooking of your time and stuff like that, and other things, that those are always the perfect opportunities to be like, yeah, maybe I fucked up there, but look at how all these other places, these things are fucking up as well. Things that, like you said, you don't like to complain. I'm the same way. like in the company I'm working with right now, I see all these other educators like constantly complaining about like children and different things in the company, like kids leaving trash in the classroom or whatever, and all these different things that they see these failings, and they're taking pictures of it and saying someone needs to handle this, someone needs to do that. And whereas these are things that I just do myself. You know, if the kids come in, they leave a mess or whatever, just clean the fucking classroom, you know, mop the floor, sweep, take out the trash, whatever. Just do those things that make it a more beneficial environment for everyone. And it's like these other guys who are complaining all the time, they're, you know, they're getting promotions, or yeah, they're being lauded. Oh, what a great guy. You know, he's pointing out all these failings. It's like, why doesn't the motherfucker pick it up himself, you know, and do it? That would be more laudable. You know, that would be something that's actually helping and beneficial to the system. But they're not benefiting it. And as you'll notice in society, most people are predators and parasites and working as other types of entities. Whereas I can clearly hear from the way you're expressing yourself is that you're trying to be one of the beneficial people that works in society, and to do so without seeking credit for that, which is far more noble, but it's also far more difficult. But it benefits you as an individual over the long run. You become a better man, you refine virtue, you become stronger, and you're able to endure longer. These other guys who are out there doing that other thing, the parasitic predatory behaviors, their time is limited and they never last long.
Yeah, it's just it's crazy. I mean, clearly, right? Like, you know, you can say whatever you want to say, but like whatever. Try to do my job. I like to work, and there's just so many. And then and I know you're like in a different country, so I don't know if you have like access to tools like this, but you know, and I'm not talking about AI, but I'm gonna mention AI right here. But I'll ask AI for
Sure, like
advice. But
Grok, Chat GPT, which ones are popular now?
yeah, no. But what I'm saying is, what I'll do is, I'll go online and I'll look at the employee reviews, and it's just an echo chamber of everything I'm saying, and then I bring it, and I ask AI to like, what do you think of this, or like, am I overreacting, or is this valid, or whatever, and you know seeing like other people echoing or repeating the same thing that I'm saying, it lets me know a couple things, like, one, okay, you're not crazy or whatever, and then two,
Right.
these issues probably aren't going to be fixed, right? Like, they're here for a reason.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It is what it is. I mean, maybe if the company keeps growing, it will be corrected or whatever. But, it's clear that, we're overworked, we're understaffed, and we're expanding, and we can see, and I work for a big company, so these numbers
Well,
are
yeah,
public.
right. And you need to find that fit that, like, if there's potential future reward, that's one thing. But at the same time, like, think of the analogy of a bottle of water, right? Like, if you buy a bottle of water, one bottle of water, same bottle of water, if you buy it at the grocery store, or Costco or Sam's Club or something like that, it's going to be 25 cents a bottle, right? Or 50, whatever. But if you buy it on an airplane, it's going to be $5 or $10. And if you buy it in I don't know, like a 5-star district where they're selling water at $20 a bottle, it's going to be a very different thing, like a ballpark, like Disneyland, right? It's the same bottle of water, no matter where you buy it, but it all has very different value. You know what I'm saying? The same is true for your time, talent, and energy. Wherever you're at now and whatever you're getting paid, that's what they value you as, the bottle of water. So shifting your position can sometimes be better. If there is that potential future reward, that again, that's kind of a casino mentality, right? It's like, well, pay me now, pay me what I'm worth, and schedule me the way that's beneficial to me. So, yeah, you got to be making those big decisions. You're still fairly young, though, right? If I'm correct, you're mid-20s, right?
Yeah, so I'm 24, and then I was thinking about going back to school, but I just don't know if that's, I mean, I could do it, it's not a problem to do it. Just not sure if that's the right move or whatever, but we'll see what happens. I mean, I do know for a fact that by August, I definitely do want to be gone, and then I'll be on to something else. But
Okay. Yeah, it's good, and it's good to have deadlines for yourself too. Like if you are considering going back to school, yeah, I would say, it's worthwhile. The Any degree that you can add to your resume is going to be helpful in the long run. You might not see it right now, like where it matters and stuff like that. It might not even apply to the next few jobs you apply to. It might not matter, but it will matter in the long run, and it'll matter the more advanced you get in your career. Every form of documentation and certificate and stuff that you can add to your resume is always helpful.
yeah, for sure. And
To an
one,
extent. Too many
yeah,
don't really matter, but a few key ones matter.
yeah. And one thing that I liked about working at this job is I added so many things on my resume and like talking points, and
That's good.
it's just
That's good.
really good. So that was like my goal from the beginning, and so like a couple of my goals were like just to get this job, and the goal was to get a job in customer service or whatever, like get into a corporate job entry level where I could add on to my resume and stuff like that. And then, you know, it was a temporary job, so I wanted to be hired on full time. I did that. So now I'm just saying like there's just like nothing to work towards. Like it's just not good anymore. And
Good time to shift. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so
but
find
yeah, and it
find
hasn't
something
even
to
been
shift
that
into.
long is the fucked up
8
part.
months
But
is a while. That's a while, man. That's no thing.
okay,
That's no small thing.
okay, that's good
I
then because I don't want it to look.
yeah,
I don't want that to reflect poorly. But I am willing to express the reasons why I'd like to leave and then go to another company.
yeah. I don't think it looks bad at this point in your career at all. I think that it's a power move.
Fire. That's a good way. Okay, good. But yeah, that was my only concern. But and then so
Right.
yeah,
I did
the
something
past.
similar in management. Go ahead.
But and
Sorry, my
the
my
job market is
my
completely
headphones died.
different. You know, it's just so different from what it was, and the type of jobs you could live off of, and it's just it, you you know I don't know how it is in China, but in America, like you see, and I know you've been to America recently, but like, for example, you go to a Walmart or something and there's like a really old guy or like a ShopRite or something like that. And you're just like, wow, man, like, for you, Frank, you might think like, I don't want that to be my kid. Well, I don't know how it is in China, but, or maybe you think like, I don't want that to be me even. So,
Yeah, different stages of life too. Like I remember when I was in college, fuck, I was waiting tables and I was able to buy a house and two cars. And
wow,
so
it's
I
not
mean
the
it
same.
wasn't no, it wasn't, but it wasn't much of a house, a $30,000 house out in the country.
But still,
And
it's good for the long term. It's still good.
yeah, I still have it. It's worth 200,000 now. So, times
Exactly.
change. Right. And I've been paying
And
taxes on it every year since I bought it, but taxes were low in that area, so not
yeah,
a big deal.
and those type of opportunities really aren't there anymore. And the reason for them could be for so many reasons, but
Yeah, economy shift. And that's a thing too, like, for me, because I did come to China, it's that I followed well, I was following my dream essentially, that I've been interested in Chinese culture since I was a kid. But I was also following that move of money, having read. Have you read Prometheus Rising by Robert Anton Wilson?
I haven't
If you
read it,
have,
but
or if
I have dabbled through it and skimmed through it and
okay,
stuff.
if you haven't, you should take a look back through it because he talks about the way the current of money moves like a wave across the planet, and so he like tracked where the money came from and like how it shifted from region to region. And at that time, this was like in the 90s. I read it in like the early 90s or whatever. He was talking about how the current was shifting to Asia and then all the big manufacturing and everything was coming to China, and all the money was generating, and there was going to be great wealth here. And that kind of just reinforced the idea that, yeah, I'm going to get over there and hang out in China, and ride that wake of money. But it was coming from the west coast of California, with like the time of the gold rush and stuff. And it had made its way to the East Coast. So it was in the East Coast in the original founding of the country, and then it moved across the country and got to California. And then it jumped the Pacific, and now, yeah, I've just been following that wave of golden light energy, where the money goes. So maybe my next destination might be Europe.
Yeah, Europe it's nice there, and everywhere it's really expensive to live anywhere
It
that
is,
is
yeah, it can be.
relevant. You know,
Yeah.
you could live in a $1,000 apartment in the middle of nowhere and be fine, but I don't know, man. It's just this thing called life and how we live
Yeah, and
it.
that wake of energy is a daily experience too. It's not just like it's happening over a single timeline. Like you've got that golden energy of your peak energy throughout the day when you can do your most productive work and your mind is clearest. And so, yeah, you should be using your good daily energy, whatever time that may be, whenever the energy rises for you. But yeah, use it for focusing on those things which make you the most profit and strengthen your life. And if making decisions and stuff like that, and bringing all these things together, whether it be shifting back to education or shifting into a new job or just getting better control of the job that you're in, make sure you make that your priority. And it seems that you have, like, you've been thinking about it a lot ever, since I met you, and now again as well,
Yeah,
now that you
no,
have a little more experience.
the past 8 months, well, like whatever, like the past year or whatever, or however long it's been, that's like building my career and just like trying to get a job where I can like be sustainable, because like the job I have right now, like I really don't have enough money to like live, and it's scary because like I don't know what I'm gonna do. And um but I'm in a good position where I can keep on grinding. And it's even to the point where it's like it's hard to save money, like, because there really isn't no money to save. Like, I just pay some of the bills that I have, and I really don't have much left over, when you get gas and food and whatever. I mean, I guess I could do better with saving money, but it's just
Yeah.
really hard when you get
Yeah,
minimum
that's
wage
not
or
great
whatever.
too. Right. Yeah, you got to level up a little bit. You got to find that shift that's going to give you a bit of a like buffer zone so that you can enjoy. And I think part of that has to do with the magical mindset as well. Remember that you're summoning that not so that you can become more self-indulgent, but so that you can become more powerful in your community, that so you can help
Exactly.
yourself. Yeah, help yourself a little more, help your friends and family, and have a little more animal magnetism, because a greater endowment of funding is certainly going to do that one thing. At least it's going to empower you to be able to do more and be more. And so that's a good thing. That's a positive aspect of progress and striving. And you deserve it, as long as you're doing that good thing, fighting the
Yeah,
good
man.
fight.
And it's hard. It's not easy, and
It's not. I've
it's
seen so many people succumb, especially the American system. It's rigged against the average everyday individual. And so it's almost like it's encoded for people to find devious bypaths. But I would say avoid those for the most part. Try to find those pathways which are through normal channels that will elevate you in your career and life and stuff that may require a little bit of hard work up front, but will pay off more in the long run.
yeah. I mean, it's crazy, and I know you have kids, so I'm not sure like what you think or if you worry at all or whatever. But um,
Yeah, a little bit. My daughter's 20 this year. She's doing college.
whoa, what?
Yeah.
I thought
Time's
they were
passing
younger.
by. They were 10 years ago. Yeah, they're and my son will be graduating high school. So,
Oh my God. Okay. Wow.
yeah,
So they're 3 years apart.
his SAT was 1480, and he's really sad about that. He wants to get a 1550 so he can get into MIT. But I told him that's a bit of a lofty goal, man. I'm like, if you're testing it at 1480, you're probably not a 1550, are you? Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, said that his was 970, his SAT.
Mine was pretty low too. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't take it seriously.
I didn't either. I got a 1230 though. I wasn't
Wow, that's
horrible.
pretty good. My biggest score was like 11 something, and I kept going into I just didn't take it seriously, and I don't do good with the standardized testing either. Like
Yeah, it's tough.
like you know, whatever. Like I'm really intelligent. I probably, you know, whatever. But the thing is, I just don't do good with the testing and like the math. I don't care enough to even to
Right,
try.
because it doesn't play out in daily life anyway, unless you get a very like nuanced, specialized position in like science or engineering or something. None of that's really going to come into play in your
Yeah,
daily life.
those are the
So
best jobs, though. I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
well, they can be. They can. I mean, it depends on which way you want to go. Typically, they divide it into two paths, right? Like liberal arts or sciences. So it's like which direction you go. I chose liberal arts. So.
Yeah, I couldn't do, but I would do the science and stuff if I could. I just couldn't do it. I don't know. You know, for me, like I just, you know, I don't like to make excuses either, but yeah, man, you know, I wish I had a better foundation. I think if I had a better foundation, I would have been.
Well, yeah, and at the same time, don't worry about what you don't do good. You know, do what you do good and do that and make that better. Like I think I've told you the analogy of there was an Olympic ping pong coach, and he trained all these gold winning ping pongists. And he got a really big name in the 1980s. He was a Chinese coach or whatever, I forget. But he was working in the U.S. and working for Team America. But he said he reinforced whatever the player did good. Like if they had a certain stroke that they did good, he said, spend 10 hours doing that. And he said, other coaches don't do that. I watch them. He said, other coaches will try to get the players better at what they're not good at. And they spend a lot of time on that. And he said, that's just reinforcing what they do poorly. He said, find those things where you excel and do that. You know, so that's what I did. You know, I excel in certain things. I'm fairly decent at conversation and, you know, doing some research and lesson prepping and stuff like this. So I got into education, which never would have been my guess. When I was young, the one thing I wanted to do was get out of school forever and be done with it, you know, but I've wound up and my entire career has basically been in academia, which is totally against what I would have imagined. You know, I wanted to be a doctor or, you know, basically Chinese medicine was what I was going to focus on at one point.
Wow.
But
okay. Yeah, that is interesting. And yeah, I know, you know, everyone has a story or whatever where they're like,
sure.
Right. The career story, and they're like, oh, I got that. And yeah, there's so many things.
Do what you do good, and there are a lot of things you do good. Like I know, like customer service and being in that realm, I think that can be something you can excel at. You know. And,
oh my God, I hate it so much. It's just,
yeah, I can imagine.
You just get abused, really. But anyway, yeah.
But that's at that level. That's at that entry level, and so you're getting those hard knocks, and then the next level up after that, it's going to be different, right? And it won't matter either way because you're going to take away that experience and know that, hey, this is not something that works. You know, I got to do this other thing.
Yeah.
And I know you've done that different form of customer service. So in comparison, a comparative analysis between like dealing with disgruntled, I guess, customers in one sense, and then like within the restaurant business, like how would you compare these two?
I don't mind people that are upset, and I get it or whatever, but the difference is that in person people aren't going to disrespect me, and they don't want to disrespect me either. They want to engage with me, right? Rather than be angry with me, they'd rather work with me. And probably because I'm a problem solver. Like I like to solve problems. And so if there's a problem, and I think if there's a problem and I think like, oh my God, this is like pathetic or unacceptable, like, you know, I will go out of my way to correct that or you know, deliver the correct service. But, you know, these people like you deal with over the phone, and I get it, and I'm guilty of it too, but they're just really disrespectful, and I don't mind that. But the thing is, like, I'm actually solving, or I think, whatever, you know, I'm being productive.
Yeah, you could see that divide, like when people are interacting over devices, whether it be the telephone or the internet or something, they take an entirely different mindset of how they interact with the other individual, right? The other part of I and thou, which it's a failing of the system in and of itself. I think intrinsically there's something to these digital platforms or radio transmission platforms and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's because the individual's level of cultivation is also different, and they're entrained in their past experiences. Like they call and they stay on hold for fucking 30, 40, 50 minutes. I mean, sometimes that's happening with you, right? In what you're doing now, like folks have been waiting on hold for a long time before they get a chance to talk to you.
Honestly, no.
Is that correct?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
Oh, good. Then that should be different.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
They
it
should
happens.
still have some of that freshness of energy, right?
It happens.
Cage,
Where,
Cage is
I
back
mean,
as well. Welcome back, Cage.
what's up, Cage?
Back to the welcome. My bad. I got a call.
All right.
Yeah, so you were saying
Cage, wait, what time is it where you're at?
You guys are in the same time zone.
2:01.
He said it's 2:01. It's yeah.
Cage,
2:01
are
where
you
you're at as
drinking,
well.
Cage?
No.
All right. Just want to make sure.
I've smoked. I've quit smoking a lot, like, you know, the cannabis. So when I do, yeah, it does hit me a little bit.
Yeah, you guys might have some areas to commiserate. Cage is he just did a whole new batch of clones. I don't know if he wants to show those again. That was a lovely picture you showed me a moment ago, Cage. Cage got a bit of a grow operation. He's doing cannabis farming, I guess.
That's cool.
Yeah, very cool. Nothing wrong with that.
But yeah, I forget exactly what I was saying. Someone on Twitter.
Yeah, what's
called me
the
a
story
retard.
on the market like with where you're at and stuff? Are you able to freely grow and like engage in
Nah,
some of
it's
that?
illegal.
Yeah, look at that. Look what he's got on screen. Can you see the screen? Look at that.
What the
What a
fuck?
thing. All right. Oh my God in heaven. Doesn't that make you fucking drool?
God, man,
Look at them ladies. Yeah, what's up,
got
baby?
some
What's going
advanced stuff
Yeah,
here.
yeah. He's got something really going on, huh? A little something, something. God damn, I'd like to spend
Who
some
is
time with
this
Cage.
fucking guy?
Who is this mysterious wizard wandering in with his magical medicines? What the fuck's going on with that?
That looks so illegal.
No, that's not. Ain't nothing illegal about life, baby. Look at that. Yeah, that's quite a
Wow,
thing.
what the fuck?
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
good
illegal,
magic,
bro.
man.
I have a federal license, man. I've had a federal license for many, many years. You want to see it?
No, you don't. You don't.
The cops come in here. I'll give them a sample, get them high, tell them to chill the fuck out and leave.
Yeah, don't dock yourself. Not on my
No,
channel,
I'm,
baby.
I'm just saying, like, I do have a federal
Yeah, I
license.
got you. I got you.
Like, I'm not just doing it, like.
Okay, word. No, I didn't know. How
Yeah, what
did
kind
you
of
get into that?
What kind of? I'm just curious. What kind of variants you got right there? You doing some Jack Hare, some indicas, or
I have my own
sativas?
caged lion on, man.
You got your own strain.
Yes,
huh?
Yes, I've bred it with my friends out west, and that we've unfortunately sold it to Big Pharma, and now they're doing clinical studies, which I was against. But now he's traveling the world with his fucking family. It's actually really kind of funny. Really pissed me off in a way because, like, I don't agree with Big Pharma, and he went and sold it to them. Yeah. Kind of pissed me off, but just Google cage alien strain or, you know, my Delta 9 or Gangster or anything. You'll see what the fuck I'm up to. fucking annoying.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped away for a second. I had to refresh my cup of coffee. Yeah, so what's been going on, man? Yeah, a little cup of coffee and a hot dog.
Coffee.
So are those strains that you've developed? Is it a blend of like sativa, indica? I know it goes in either one of two directions.
It is. The Cage Island is like a 50-50.
It's a 50-50. Yeah, that's what I prefer. I'm more of a sativa guy myself. Always have
a bunch of different ones though. Yeah.
I like the peppy, upbeat feel of the sativas rather than the indicas. But the indicas are more medicinally beneficial, right? For a lot of folks.
Yeah, you know, these fuckers, Frank. Like, oh, what happened to Bud? Lost him. Maybe I went and looked at it. I don't know. Fuck. I just went and checked. I need water.
Yeah, he might have lost connection. He might have had something to do. I don't know. Yeah, so what were you saying? These the ones you got are...
Well, the Cage Alien, for some reason, was sold to Big Pharma. Which I have, like, here, let me show you.
Jointcommence.com, Caged Alien by Ganja Med, a comprehensive strain guide. Is this you?
Yeah, and like the original thing, for some reason, they cut me out and he went and sold it to Big Pharma. They're doing like clinical trials on it and shit.
Is this something you want me to show, or
if you want to read?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if you want.
Evolution of modern cannabis breeding. The strain was developed by the renowned Team Ganja Med, a company known for its advanced research and precision medicinal cannabis cultivation. Since its inception, Caged has breeding process, extensive experimentation, and attention to genetic detail. Ganja Med's breeders embarked on a journey to combine desirable traits, both indica and sativa genetics, aiming to produce a strain with balanced effects. Yeah, that sounds ideal. That's something I'd definitely like to get involved with. Robust interest among cannabis connoisseurs, with early adopters praising its unique blend of attributes. So what's the flavor? Like aromatic? What kind of hints and tones might you say that it has? Sorry, can you hear me, Cage?
My bad, I was distracted. I'm watering the plants. So yeah, pretty much.
No worries. Do your thing, man.
It depends on the phenotype. The one I've selected, which is the cream of the crop kind of thing, like the best of the best, through hundreds of different plants. My selection would be it's kind of like a gassy. It smells like kind of like diesel or fuel, but there's undertones of like limonene, which is the lemon. Limonene is a terpene. Carfolian, like it's more like it's hard to explain. It depends on who smells it. But it's gassy, kind of musky scent, with a bit of fruit on the back end, kind of like a lemony kind of fruit at the back end. It's hard to explain. It's very complex, like, you know, so you can't really just say what it smells like.
Okay. Yeah. I had some strawberry lemonade. I think it was an indica variant, but I didn't really like the finish on it very much. And then I had again, one of my favorites is Jack Harrer, and I had some of that. I really
The Emperor Wears No Clothes as a book by Jack Harrer.
Yeah, it's one I can really.
It's a classic sativa.
Yeah. So it's nice. I jive with that. There was like an orange marmalade kind of fucking like a Buddha variant or something that I once tried that was really, really potent and fucking knocked my dick in the dirt, man. I couldn't even hardly handle it. One little puff and it was just off to la la land, like full body, like body relaxation. You know, that deep just shuts you down. I think those are the heavy indicas, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I don't know as much about it.
There's more because there's an entourage effect, right? So the indica and sativa has a lot to do with the different cannabinoid levels and also the terpenoid levels, right?
Okay. I never got into the science of it.
There's a sativa. There's sativas that can have sedating effects, and indicas that can have uplifting effects, etc. So it's
Is that
like
right? Okay.
it's kind of nuanced, yeah.
Yeah. So I would like to try and experience what y'all got going on over there. Maybe slide through Toronto sometime. And I like ritualistic practice with it though. Like I can never, if I take a little puff or something, or
Well, then we make a
whatever.
fire like in my my profile picture. Like, look, for example, in this profile picture, you see that? I've seen it multiple times where the phoenix comes out, like you make a massive bonfire, like you see the other avatar, and it just continuously just the phoenix comes out the fire. So
Yeah, with even a
weird.
little bit of that stimulation, like I have to engage in magic. Like I'll have to do ritual practice. I do kung fu. Like so, typically, I just on my own. If I take a little puff, but in a group setting, it would have to be super chill and like
relax,
Yeah.
and we'll see what fucking appears, right?
Right. Yeah, dude. Maybe like if we had a Masonic hall to work from, that would be perfect. Boaz and Joaquin, the checkerboard floor, put on our aprons, take a little puff, and strike the gavel one time. Invite Toth and Ra into the room.
Thoth and severity and mercy.
Amun Ra and Tahuti and kind of play out that would be good fun. And then if we had some ISIS characters running around, Astarte, we could really get busy doing some good magic. Yeah, good fun. Sirius B is here, and she says neophyte phenotype. I'm not exactly sure.
A neophyte phenotype. Okay, I know what neophyte and phenotype mean.
Yeah, I do too separately. But yeah, together? What's going on with that? The perpetual.
I'm pretty sure the phenotypes are not neophytes over here because some of them I've had for over nearly a decade now, and they're still going strong. So I don't think that's a neophyte after a decade for the phenotype.
No, yeah, that's well advanced, I would say.
We're all advanced along the path. I might as well tissue culture it at this point.
Yeah, I did gourd and pumpkin cultivation for like 20 years. I did what are they called? Golden Globe pumpkins, and I grew them here in China, just in the garden. But I would use the seeds from the next generation, so they were heirloom seeds, heritage seeds, right? And I grew them year and year and year again, and they got pretty good until like my last couple of years. Like just such giant melons, so beautiful. They weren't grown for. They're decorative though. They're not grown for. Everything I grew is decorative. They're not grown for consumption. They're not food quality. And my neighbors would steal them thinking they were food quality and like try to eat them and make soup and shit out of them. And I'm like, oh, you don't know what you're doing there. They're just for looks. Good stuff though. I love gardening and I love cultivation. I'd love to have a small garden and grow enough plants, for like a year's supply of decent medicinal herbs, but they just don't allow it here. They had such a bad experience with the opium wars that even like basic cultivation is kind of frowned upon. Which is a bit of a bummer.
I made a breakdown of the Cage Alien strain, like with the AI thing, where it goes through all the sources. It's been featured in High Times. It's been featured in like all the biggest publications and stuff. It's weird. It's fucking when I sold it to Big Four. Oh yeah, really yeah. Since like a long time before it got sold to Raw. All that.
Okay. So you're still like peripherally involved with it. It's become like bigger than you, and it's kind of like doing its own thing now. You said with the medical research and stuff.
Pretty much, and like I never consented to it, but it's fine.
Yeah. Well, at least you're still able to do your thing, and that's what's most important. You don't got to worry about what the other guy's doing necessarily. Just worry about. As long as you mind your own business, you'll always be successful.
Well, they could fuck right off because that's not right. Now, buddy's like traveling the entire world with his kids and shit. His wife wanted to become an author, so they self-published that. So there is benefits to it, and I'm happy for that. At least I did the majority of the work, which is fucking funny, but it's fine.
Yeah, that happens. That happens, especially when you're working on the path. That sometimes people will, predatory and parasitic individuals will sometimes take the credit, which it is what it is. Your credit is stored in heaven, Cage, among the immortals.
It's in the name. You know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah,
I've been called this name from a very young age, so
let them have their worldly baubles, right? Store not up your treasures on earth. But no, I think you should have some fucking treasures on earth too. I'm not entirely in the park of
I'd be happy at least with like a like a shout out at least to somebody. I sat there and picked every seed out and sent them half of them back.
Right.
So come on, bro.
Yeah, don't give everything away and become a fisher of men. Not yet. All right. There's still time for that. But definitely, do your part to maintain the work towards the great work. Right? It says it's the divine plan that nature has revealed to us. Within the intricate symbolism of Freemasonry, there can be found a blueprint for the expansion and transformation of humanity into the free, creative beings we have always been meant to be. Masonic ritual. Ashlar. That's right. That's right. The Masonic ritual is the potential of human mind to contemplate, imagine, and create. Freemasonry is not merely a system of self-improvement or self-help designed to make people better. Self-improvement is a side effect of the true purpose, which is service to humanity.
The dude sold out to big corporations and big pharma, and that's where it literally ends, okay? The dude, he's like, which I get it, right? You have like a few kids and a wife, and you have to provide, which I get. But come on, the dude fucking every single thing I was super fucking open and honest with. I fucking give him half of everything because it was supposed to be a collaboration, right? But fucking the guy, like I said no. He did offer it to me. He was like, and then he went and did it anyways. I said, no, do not do that. And he went and did it anyways. Which I guess.
Yeah, it's a bummer if you get betrayed like that in a business endeavor.
Which is fine. Like, whatever. Fuck the guy. I'm used to it at this point. That's fine. Enjoy. And now, like, he won't even fucking answer me anymore. He's like, I got what I needed kind of thing. And he's traveling the world with his fucking family. Living the high life.
Yeah.
If I said yes, he probably would have cut me off, but or cut me in. But I said no.
Right. Well, it's it's the risk you run when you do independent endeavors like that, or you partner up with someone.
I was better than that.
No, never. No one's better than money when it comes down to it.
Some are. I don't give a fuck.
Some are, yeah, I agree. But yeah, when they get offered the big check, they usually are.
Yeah, he's a little bitch.
All the too ready to stab somebody in the back and take the bag. It's kind of it is what it is. It's kind of a bummer, but yeah.
Here, here's a thing.
Okay, what is this?
That's me, but now I'm sharing a screen. So this is from 141 days ago when I originally did it.
Okay, how does this work?
You bring up the screen share. It's not it.
Oh, no. Okay. So I can drop that.
Yeah. It'll break it down. I think I have a video too.
Let me see if I got this right.
Video.
Yeah, that's right.
Caged Alien.
All right. Today we're diving deep into a real modern marvel of cannabis breeding. It's a strain with a name that, you gotta admit, immediately makes you curious. Caged Alien.
I mean, it sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, right? But believe me, behind that wild name, there's a story of some serious science, legendary genetics, and a truly one-of-a-kind experience. So let's get into it and see what really makes this strain tick. So, Caged Alien is a balanced hybrid that first showed up back in 2019. It was a team up between two really respected names in the business, Ganjamed and Delta 9 Organics. Now, these guys are known for being super precise, especially when it comes to medical cannabis. And this strain, well, it's a perfect showcase of their skills. And it made waves almost instantly. Just think about this for a second. A 60% repeat purchase rate in the first 6 months. That is a massive number in this industry. It just goes to show you this wasn't some flash in the pan. Real connoisseurs tried it, they loved it, and they kept coming back for more. So what was all the hype about? Well, to really get it, we need to dive into the whole sensory experience, starting with just what Caged Alien looks like. Because let me tell you, before you even feel the effects, this strain makes a heck of a first impression. This quote from a review just absolutely...
I'm Delta 9 Organics, by the way. You should look into it. You'd be surprised. I got a massive... I'm Delta 9 Organics, as they brought up. Two renowned people in the industry. I'm Delta 9 Organics, this is Ganjamed. So pretty much all he did was send me the male pollen, and I used my females in order to inoculate the seeds and that, and then separated them all, sent them back half to him, and then he sold it to fucking Big Pharma.
Yeah, he said that. So how long is this video? A little while or not too long?
5 more minutes or something.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it. Because I'm getting pretty close to the tail end here. 4 hours is a long time for me. And I got some other things. I got a call coming in from Sirius B.
Of course.
Yeah, let's go about another 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
Let's see what you got. Yeah, let me have it.
Absolutely nails it. There's something about the way it looks that just stops you in your tracks. It's definitely not your average looking flower. And that extraterrestrial aura isn't just talk. We can actually break down what that means. Okay, so you've got these incredibly dense, tightly packed buds. The colors are this amazing mix of deep forest greens, and you'll often see these beautiful streaks of purple weaving through them. Then, popping against that dark background, you have these vibrant, almost fiery orange pistils. But the real showstopper, it's that thick, sparkling coat of trichomes. That's what gives it that otherworldly, glittery look. And that sparkle? It's not just for looks. Lab tests actually show that Caged Alien has a trichome density that's 25 to 30% higher than a lot of other similar hybrids. Those tiny crystals are just jam-packed with the cannabinoids and terpenes that give the strain its power and its incredible aroma. The takeaway here is really simple. It looks powerful because it is powerful. Now, let's talk about the smell. Wow. It's a whole symphony of different scents. You get that initial gassy punch that so many people are after, but right behind it, you get these sweet notes of citrus and berry. And just when you think you have it all figured out, these earthy, musky undertones of pine and even a little sour candy start to come through. It's just so complex, so layered,
That sounds nice.
really, really inviting. Of course, looks and smells are one thing, but let's get to the main event.
Bro, they're doing clinical trials in Big Pharma.
How does Caged Alien actually make you feel? This right here is where its 50-50 hybrid genetics really get to shine. It's like a perfectly balanced act playing out. On one hand, you get this fantastic cerebral lift. People report feeling more creative, more focused, more social. But on the other hand, there's this gentle wave of physical relaxation that just spreads through your body, easing tension without gluing you to the sofa. It is truly the best of both worlds. And hey, we've even got data to back this up. In user reports and patient feedback, a whopping 65% of people specifically pointed out an improved mood and a serious reduction in stress. That really shows you its real-world impact on mental well-being. So how does one single strain manage to do all of this? Well, the secret, as it so often is buried in its genetics.
Hold on.
To understand the what,
Yeah, no,
don't
don't worry. Slow play then.
It's time to decode the DNA behind this whole sensation. Caged Alien was made by crossing two really special parent strains. From the mother side, you've got Jillian, which was a very carefully chosen phenotype from Delta 9 Organics.
Side. Yeah,
it brought those amazing, complex fruit and gas aromas to the party. Then from the father's side, Ganjamed's Caged Gorilla male contributed that incredible resin production and that super dense, sturdy flower structure. The goal for the breeders was crystal clear. They wanted to combine elite flavor with elite power. And here's where it gets really, really cool. Because if you just look one generation further back into the family tree of Jillian and Caged Gorilla, you find an absolute hall of fame. Just look at this lineup. I mean, come on, it's a who's who of cannabis legends. Girl Scout cookies, OG Kush, Chem Dog, Sour Diesel. This isn't just a list of famous names. This is the genetic recipe book for Caged Alien's Balanced High and its amazing flavor. It's literally standing on the shoulders of giants, pulling the best traits from an unbelievably prestigious family tree. And all of that incredible genetic history leads to this chemical blueprint. You've got a potent THC range, somewhere between 18 and 25%. But check this out. There's also 1 to 2% CBD. It's not a huge amount, but it's enough to help balance out the high and maybe even take the edge off any potential anxiety. And then you have the key terpenes like limonene, pinene, and myrcene, which don't just create that incredible smell, they also bring their own therapeutic benefits to the table. So we know what it is, we know how
yes,
it
you
feels,
can. I've
and
sent
we
out
know
thousands
where
of
it came from.
CDs to
So
people
let's
for
get
free.
practical. How are people actually using this strain? And for those of you with a green thumb, how do you go about growing it? On the medical side, its uses are pretty impressive. For folks dealing with chronic pain, similar hybrids have been reported to improve mobility by up to 55%. It's also known to be really effective for mood disorders like
What? I'll
anxiety
send
and
it to fucking
stress.
China.
And that special terpene profile gives it some pretty significant anti-inflammatory properties. And for
Yeah,
anyone out there
we're gonna
struggling
need
with
some of
sleep,
that
the
over
data
here.
is pretty compelling. In some studies, around 68% of patients reported better sleep quality.
68% better
That
sleep
is a
quality?
huge deal for
Now we're
anyone whose
talking.
rest is constantly
Go take
being
your sleep
interrupted by
pill.
pain
Fuck
or
off.
stress. It really makes this a versatile therapeutic tool. And for all the growers listening, Caged Alien is a really rewarding plant to work with. It's pretty adaptable, so it does well in different setups, and it has a relatively quick flowering time, about 55 to 65 days. Now, the one key thing you have to remember, because of its genetics, is that it produces incredibly dense, heavy flowers. That means you'll probably need to give the branches some support in those last few weeks so they don't break under the weight. Get that part right, and you're looking at a really nice medium to high yield. All right, so after digging into its history, its sensory profile, its science, and its practical uses, what's the final verdict? What's the real essence of Caged Alien?
I think it all comes down to these three things. First, it's all about those perfectly balanced effects, that ideal blend of a head high and a body high. Second, its incredibly complex aroma that just
The
makes it
three
a true
pillars.
pleasure for the senses. And finally, its amazing genetic heritage, which really
Yeah, you
makes
should
it a
have had
monument to the art and science
Corinthian,
of modern breeding.
Ionic, and Doric.
And that kind of leaves us with a really fascinating thought, doesn't it?
But you had
Strains
3
like
Dorics.
Caged Alien prove just how precisely we can now design and tailor the cannabis experience. It just makes you wonder, as the science keeps pushing forward, what kind of amazing new combinations and experiences are waiting for us right around the corner? What does the future of cannabis truly look like?
Yeah, looks good. Looks like
There
a
you
good
go.
future for cannabis. I can appreciate it.
Hey,
Yeah, it's good magic.
is that better? Because like I've had lots of people. For example, like I've had messages like, "Oh, my wife just got out of surgery. She no longer needs these opioids. She's using this strain, and a lot better because you'll not get physically addictive and end up shooting up all types of weird ass shit from this, right? I think it's a
Yeah,
way better alternative for people that are
I
going.
think it is. I think you're right. Yeah, it is definitely. Free Gift from God's asking, do you have an Instagram or some other way for him to get in touch with you?
Yeah, here I'll show it right now because I just make stuff up. So here I'll
Okay.
show you. I'll show you my. Here, hold on, give me a second here.
Yeah, take your time. And I'm getting pretty close to wrapping up. I'm gonna have a little bit of off cam, I believe, off screen
Here,
conversation with
yeah. If you
Sirius.
could share the screen, I'll show you who I am.
Okay.
It's
Hold on,
Delta
let me
9
find it.
Organics, as they say. And I'll
Okay,
show
add
you
to
my
stage. There it is.
portfolio. Yeah, Delta 9 Organics are 14.2 thousand followers. This is 3.0. Like I should have
Hold on.
way over.
Hold on, go slow. Let me check it out. Delta 9 Organics 3.0. This is what, Instagram or
Yeah,
Twitter?
14.2 thousand followers. Just on this account.
And this is you.
Welcome back. Yes,
I can
Delta
DM
9.
you.
Yes.
Yeah, DM for Signal. Okay.
So just simply, just search up Delta 9 Organics 3.0.
And those are glamour shots of your bud right there, with those
if you want to call it
fiery orange pistols, as she called them, and Purple highlights.
It's no fucking joke, okay? Like, I've been doing this for a very, 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 very long time. That's what I dedicate my life to. Here's a caged alien.
Oh, nice.
For example.
Yeah, very pretty. I like that. Wow. What a thing. Even those, like, those sucker leaves would be valuable, huh? Look at all the trichomes on those.
Of course. You can...
Jesus.
Look at that one. That's the platinum cage breath.
Oh, it's fucking dynamite. Wow. What a thing.
Look at that.
That looks like a Northern Lights there.
Even the fan leaves are caked.
Yeah, that's fucking dynamite. How do you do that? That's just in the genetics? Or that's also your methods, right?
I guess. Look. If you understand if you understand others, you are smart. If you understand yourself, you are illuminated. If you overcome others, you are powerful. If you overcome yourself, you have strength. If you know how to be satisfied, you are rich. If you can act with vigor, you have will. If you don't lose your objectives, you can be long-lasting. If you die without loss, you are total lousy. Yeah, I put the quotes and shit like that up. You know, long time.
Yeah, that's good magic.
Man.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you're familiar or not, but on the StreamYard there is a private chat, so you can communicate via private chat outside of the DMs. Yeah, I know you know that. Yeah, those are beautiful, Cage. I didn't know you were up to all that good magic, man.
That's what I do, man. Like, it's just what I do. How many years?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I can appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, good magic. Well, so going into the future, like what does your harvest cycle look like? We can folks be interested in getting a little taste, a little something of what you got going on there. Are you in the market at all, or just it's mostly private at your end? I would imagine.
I have no idea. All I gotta do is contact me and figure that out later.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, so do that. And you provided that information a moment ago. So free gift from God. Definitely follow. Definitely. Yeah, he says he followed you. He's looking forward to hooking up.
I have to look into it because I really look like, you know, last time I looked, I had like over 400, 300 some people trying to follow me. So I have to go. They keep trying to take me. Yeah, they keep trying to take me down, Frank. So
no,
you know what I mean? Like they've been trying to take me down like the dozens. I keep getting it back. They can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, don't let them take the jelly out of your donut, man. But you guys aren't that far away, like New Jersey and Toronto. That's like a quick drive, right?
Look at that though. Look at the size of that fucking thing.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I like that. What did that yield? Like a kilo?
Oh, it's just a plant? I don't know, but look at that. That's the Mender Breath Cross of Platinum.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. I really enjoy that.
It's not just some regular shit.
What is that really dark one right there? What happened there?
My favorite one, this is one of my favorite pictures showing different stages. That's all the same plant.
So green is early growth, and then the darkest one at the end, that's the late growth, or what?
Yeah, like it goes from yellow, and then the yellow kind of turns back to greenish with the interveinal chlorosis with kind of reddish purple, and then it turns all purple depending on the environment.
Does that happen? Would that happen in like a natural grow environment, or is that only from hydroponic?
I don't even do hydro. The hydroponics, I do deep water culture for the clones. And I just grow regular, like living soil with microbes and that for the.
Okay, so what you were doing isn't hydroponic. You said it's deep water or what?
Deep water culture is a type of hydroponics for cloning, and I don't even.
Oh, that's just for cloning.
That's why I switched over. I get like a better result, a better root rate with it.
How does the basic?
And then I put them into soil.
You cut clones and then you put them in soil. Okay, is that how it works?
No, I cut clones. I put them into the DWC thing, which is kind of like a little aquarium where you use the aerosol.
Gets their roots growing, right? Gets them established.
Yeah, and then I put them into the soil, into organic soil.
Okay. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. Do you have to, like it said in the video, do you have to add support towards the end of the growing cycle?
Yes, you do.
Cages, right? Caged alien. You put some tomato cages up around them or what?
That's caged alien right here.
No, let's have a look at that. Yeah, so tell me about this. What's going on here? Just a bonanza of colors and flavors, and
that's great.
Yeah, it's really quite a thing, man. It's beautiful.
This one's an old one, like the purple stuff. And then
that's the photo I saw a moment ago. I was going to ask about why the contrast here. Why is that one so dark?
Anthocyanins.
Which means what to
Anthocyanins? It has to do with like the pH level. Like for example, how do you think you have blackberries that are turning black, or strawberries turning red, or blueberries turning blue? Something called anthocyanins, and they're very beneficial to people.
Okay. Oh.
For example, they're antioxidants. They're what do they call it? Free radicals or whatever. Stuff like that.
Right.
Pretty good. Yeah, you just platinum cage breath, which is crazy frost. So this still needed a few weeks to develop.
Yeah, that looks like a what was that county called? Humboldt County, like the Northern Lights they brought out of there. Those all kind of look like that.
Here's Cage Dancer. Oh, buzz off that on the pack.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Are all of the prices like relatively the same in the dispensaries
Same thing
these days?
Oh no, not really. No. For me, like,
what is that? That's like resin.
Oh, what I created diamonds.
Okay.
Because when I took all the seeds out, what you do is like you need THC-A, which is like before it becomes decarboxylated, and then you can use the hydrocarbon in order to separate the cannabinoids. And then once you do that and you leave it in a jar, it'll separate that sauce that you see them pouring on to the crystals of the diamonds, that you could reconstitute them after using a vacuum pump in order to get rid of all the.
Yeah, it looks like honey. It's like pure gold, huh? I like it. Yeah, it's very good, man. I appreciate you sharing this with us.
There's a Mendo Platinum in the bag. Yeah.
I appreciate you letting the people know out in Happy Land what's going on with all this good work. And Mendo Breath Platinum. Very nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
look
to.
At this.
Look
at this jar.
Yeah, show me what you got. Yeah, you got some final words here, because we're gonna have to roll on into the abodes of the future. Wow, those are gorgeous, man. That's perfect. That's about what I would want right there. I like that bright green.
I see you pushing weight. Oh, now you're doing gains. But before the creatine, you were tucking in all your chains. See them at the fashion shows.
Those are gorgeous nuggets right there. So Cage, in summation to today's show, man, I appreciate you dropping by and sharing with us and growing and learning and cultivating. But yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap things up. So do you got anything for the people? Any messages? Any words?
Yeah, I do. Anybody can do this. And by the way, if anybody would like to, you can get the best of the best genetics on the house. And if you like, you can get your own setup for wholesale prices. And don't let anything or anybody tell you what you cannot or can do. It's all about, to you. And I want I want to see everybody succeed. That's what I've always been doing. And I've always put people up, boosted them up no matter what. I'm not in competition.
I like that, man. That's a beautiful thing. And in fact, that's something that I'm looking forward to in the future, is doing a similar type of level of cultivation when I get back to the States and stuff, which isn't far off. You know, my kids are fucking going into college, and I'm just at that point where I need to maybe retire from this and start doing the other thing again. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to, keeping in close contact.
That could be applied. That could be applied to any form of, any industry, any form of being. You know what I mean? Because people, they think they get really good at what they do and they want to gatekeep it. I'm quite the opposite of that.
I agree with you.
I like to see people. Isn't like the master. Isn't the point of being a teacher to make sure, not even being a teacher, just being a being either way, to make sure other people, or hopefully add to the fact that people could be way better than you. That's what I want. I want me to look like an idiot.
Well, yeah, and there are so few of us that tend to don the apron and slam the gavel anymore. And it seems like more brothers in the way. We need to do that and align with each other and make sure that people know that the door is open and not gatekeep, as you said. Yeah. So good magic, man. I can appreciate it. So Cage, I'm gonna.
On that note, thank you for having me, Frank. Take care, my friend. Appreciate
Thank you for being here, brother Cage, Frater Cage, beloved. Yeah. Into the abodes of the future we go, and I'm gonna sign off here, guys, with the invocation of total integration. So if you will give me a moment to line everything up. We're at 4.5 hours, man, kind of a big deal. Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Dagon, your brother and forever well-wisher, Sir Francis Lunas Aristeas of the OTA, wishing you good magic. Make sure you hit the like button, guys. Do it now. Do all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube's algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. Check me out on buymeacoffee.com. Pull something in the tip jar. That keeps the jelly in the donut and all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube's algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. Here is the invocation of total integration. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe. No, that's the invocation of, that's the adoration of Abraxas. Heaven and earth are the spontaneous manifestations of the subtle, wondrous universal law. As the original oneness expresses itself, gross and subtle energies become distinctly divided. Our bodily caves are brightly illuminated by the mysterious light from the three sources, our three Dantian, bridge points leading to immortality. The powerful spirits of the 8 directions conjoin our being with the true origin of life. By the absolute order of the divine Ling Bao in the highest 9th heaven, send the positive energies of Qianluo, Dana, Duncan, and Taishuan to destroy our spiritual obstacles and debilitate any evil influence. This order is given by the highest sovereignty. It is a jade oracle from the subtle origin. I invoke with strong sincerity to drive away the demons and evils and lengthen my healthy years. The attained spirits respond. The evil demon king, Mo Wang, is chained to stand as our guard and servant. The powerful atmosphere has been generated, dispersing all negativity and endless human opinion. The Chi of Tao is everlasting. So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. Amen. All right, y'all good-looking sex people out in Happy Land. Keep on keeping on. Remember, O neophytes, goodness alone is power, silence is strength, will regaineth omnipotence, and love lieth at the foundation. For is love not the law? Love under will is the whole of the law, and do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Until next time, ad astra per aspera, and I will see you in the abodes of the future. Carpe diem, and get shit done. Let's see here. Bye for now.